Hello and welcome to Summit 23 Launch Your Idea. Thank you for watching us today. According to our schedule, I will start with why the ideas matters and what is so powerful about your unique potential. First, I will start with my theory of infinite potential, according which each person has a unique potential which is essential for our society. I will share with you a video and we will continue with discussion later. So, is it our potential really unique? Yes, according to the science, our fingerprints are unique. Our DNA is unique, and also according to the neuroscience, the connections between our neurons also is unique. I want to share with you a research made for NASA, according which 98% of the people at the age between 4 and 5 years old are creative geniuses. Just a moment to share my screen again. So as you can see, at the age between 4 and 5 years old, 98% of 1,600 children were creative geniuses. And this research was made for a very long time because after 10 years, actually at 10 years old, from the same group, the same research showed that only 30% remain creative geniuses. At the age of 15 years old, only 12% remain creative geniuses. Because after 10 years,
Hello.
Actually at 10 years old, from the same research showed that only 30% remain creative geniuses. At the age of 15 years old, only 12% remain. And as you can see, because after 10 years,
Hello.
Actually at 10 years old, we have some of our special guests waiting to join us today. Can I ask you just to switch off your microphones, please? 12%.
Oh my God.
And as thank you. Okay, so I will continue. As you can see, at the age of 15 years old, only 12% of this group remain creative geniuses. And at the age of 31 years old, the same research, over 1 million tested, only 2% were creative geniuses. So what is the reason to lose our creative potential? Well, our development and evolution skyrocketed at the last years, but actually our way of work and way of studying and teaching remain the same. At the time, from the times where, for example, the first factories were created, at that time, the business actually need the people who will just execute some orders and execute some simple tasks, repetitive tasks. But today, we have automation, we have robotization, we have AI implemented almost everywhere. And what we need today actually is exactly to develop our unique creative potential. And here we come to the reason why the ideas matters and why they will become more and more important for the next years. Because the digital tools, the automation and AI which we have today will be used and accessible for every business. What will set you apart is your unique potential, your unique vision and mission, and the problem you can solve. And of course, the unique potential of your employees. Let me share with you another video. And if you wonder from where to start, if you have an idea to implement it and launch it into a business, watch the video and I will give you more details later. As you can see from the video, the first step you need to take is to protect your idea. And it's very easy to do it on the website, which you saw already on the video. You have to just register there and register your idea. You will automatically receive on your email certificate of evidence for your idea. Please also, before making the registration, just read carefully the terms and also the declaration that this idea is your own, because if this is someone else's idea, we will have to cancel the certificate. But if somebody wants to steal your idea or use it on a bad way without your permission, then we will receive the full support from us, providing all the documents in order to protect your idea and search for your intellectual rights. The next step, and I have to mention here that the registration is entirely free. The next step is that you can create a smart contract for your idea in order to get funding for the idea, or sell it or lease the rights of use of your idea. Before, the ideas wasn't really admitted and really cherished, but it's very important, because in the core of any innovation and any discovery lies the idea. Without the ideas, for example, we won't have the computers, we won't have so many things which we have today. And most of the mistakes and the bad things that could happen usually starts by implementing someone else's idea. Because according to my theory, only the owner of the idea that having this original vision to solve a certain problem, for example, is able to implement it on the best possible way in order to really solve the certain problem. And the further step which you have to take is to make a business plan, really good business plan for your idea, how to launch it into a business. That's why I have created the workshop Launch Your Idea. It will help you really to map all your activities, all your jobs and work positions which you will have in the company to perform your activities. We will make together SWOT analysis and cash flow, just to make sure that you won't have any bad surprises on the road of starting your own business. And one of the topics which is very important if you want to start your own business is how to manage it, and also how to manage your employees. That's why the next topic today is manager or a leader. Why not both? Up to now, we were focusing on managing and controlling the people. This is what actually the managers were doing. But today, with the development of the technology, we need really to go further and not be only managers, but also leaders of our employees, of our teams. And the mission of the leader is not only to tell people what to do, to organize their work or control their work, but actually to inspire them and to communicate very clearly the vision of your company. This is very important because if all employees are looking at the same direction, all the efforts will be focused to accomplish your targets and goals. And one of the important tasks of the leader is first to communicate the vision very clearly, and second, to listen very clearly and understand your employees. How you can do that? Let me share my screen and see what is active listening and how it can be helpful for the leaders today. Okay, how to become good active listeners. You have to take into account the environment and the factors which affect it, and also, of course, to listen very well. But first of all, let's clarify what is active listening. Active listening is the ability to receive, process, and understand the information which you receive from the other people and the environment. So, first, you receive the information. It's very important to listen well to your employees. Then, to ask questions in order to clarify the topic or the challenge which they are facing, in order to understand very well from where is coming the problem. You really need to find the core reason for the challenges they are facing, for the problems which they have, in order to find a proper solution together. Then you can try to build an entire picture of the topic by the connections and the points you receive from the different employees, for example. You can mark the main points and factors as well, which are affecting your employees or the topic you are discussing. And at the end, you can share your perspectives and your, for example, suggestions or conclusions from the discussion. You can ask them also for suggestions or for their feedback. It's very important, and this is the third important step as a leader of your team, to receive a feedback from your employees and to welcome their feedback, because they're on the field all the day, all the time. You can miss something, and those are the people who know the works and your activities in details. That's why it's very important to listen to their feedback and take to account their suggestions, how you can improve your workflow and your working environment. These are the main tips from today. Please stay with us in order to see our guest today. let me introduce you our next special guest, Luan. Hello, Luan. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hello, how are
Hi.
you?
Good, how are you?
It's a pleasure to have you on the summit.
Thank you.
So, can you tell me why you decide to create a Sugar Shack
Well,
and your
sugarcane is
products?
very natural healing. So it has incredible healing properties within the immune system and the vitamin consumption or absorption. So instead of going with refined sugars, I cut out refined sugars from my diet and I just noticed a total change. And because I had a seizure before, and then when I came to the hospital, I had so much swelling. So then I just removed bleach refined sugar. And I started thinking of a cosmetic line, a skincare line along the same lines.
This is great. And can you share with our audience, is it difficult to start your own business from an idea? And what are the risks they should be careful about?
Well, I mean, there's always risks when starting a new business. So I think you have to really let it grow organically, and just sort of build upon it. So start small. I have like my product line will carry men's skincare, baby skincare. Those are the two top ones, and then women's because men and baby don't get enough attention. So it is hard to start a business, of course, but if if you have a good plan, it'll come together.
Yes, and what are the challenges which you are facing, for example, which you overcome with your business as a
Well,
CEO of Sugar Shack?
well, mostly it's getting it out there, like anything. So branding and marketing, just getting it out there. It's hard so much out there, especially with cosmetics, skincare.
Wonderful.
Mhm.
And what is your message and mission of your company?
Well, we like just natural, so we're all natural, with no GMO and all this. And it can be used by anyone. It's pretty much universal.
Great. What ingredients you are using?
Well, there's different vitamins and oils that I use, natural like frankincense and myrrh and amber. And then it depends if it's a vitamin A based one or vitamin E based, that. And there's the bath bombs, which are made from sugar cane, and a bit of like mostly I'll use like different oils like coconut oil, things like that make it sort of different, like natural, but they still have different shelf life. So
I see. And how you make sure that they don't contain GMOs, for example,
well,
or
because
sugars.
it's the suppliers that that I use. Hmm. They're non-GMO, hmm. So yeah, most of the actually all the suppliers that supply the actual product, um, yeah, are all natural. It's kind
Wonderful. Is it difficult to
of
find
natural
natural ingredients? Actually, the sound is cutting.
nowadays. What's that? Yeah, it's cutting in and out.
Yes, yes. Can you repeat, please, again? Because I'm not sure that our audience were able to hear as well.
Yeah, no, it's just cutting in and out. I can't hear you.
Do you hear me now?
A little, yeah, there's still delay.
Okay, how is now?
Well, keep talking.
Okay. Can you repeat again your last sentence because I was not able to hear it?
Oh, well, I think I was saying that it's not hard to create natural products nowadays. Together, yeah, just I think that's what I was saying. It's easy to create natural products, and people are looking for natural. Like that's all they're
Uh,
looking for, especially with babies and with babies, there's just not caught a skincare market there yet for them, and it's a demand.
yes, exactly. It's very important for them uh, as a skincare to use the natural products. And because we have so many processes, products with a lot of GMOs, for example, chemicals inside, that's
It's just
why
cutting it down.
I ask you if it's difficult for you to find a natural ingredients.
Well, it's not because I get them from different sources. So no, it's not difficult to find natural ingredients.
Okay, that's great that you have found the suppliers.
Yeah, that took a lot, that's taking time, and they change and you have to recreate the formulas, and so it takes a lot of time.
Yes, yes, it's true. And
Yeah.
also the supply chain is very important, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Very
So, so if people have an idea to start their own business, for example, producing um, any cosmetic or food, for example, they really need to take into account first to be healthy, really, and make sure they're natural,
yeah.
and also plan very well their supply chain of the ingredients.
Hmm. Yeah.
So, are you diversifying your supply chain, or you prefer to focus and trust certain suppliers?
Well, right now it's just through friends, and so I trust these certain suppliers. I mean, I'm always sort of looking because it's always going to expand. So, yeah, I mean, I'm always open to hearing from other suppliers. I think it's
Yes, it's good to have a diversification just in case that something happen or the supply chain
exactly, yeah.
breaks at some point.
We have a backup.
Yes,
Uh,
exactly.
yeah, that's very necessary. And I think it happens quickly, sort of catches up on you, sneaks up on you.
Yes, that's why you really need to be prepared very well in
Mhm.
advance.
Yeah.
Uh, how you communicate your products and mission on social media?
Well, I don't know. I promote it through my Instagram and Twitter, the same as everybody does, just promoting it. I mean, it doesn't have a lot of followers. I mean, for social media right now, but I think that'll come too. It just takes a while.
I see. So one of the challenges a new business is facing is actually promoting of the new product on the market.
Exactly, like especially through social media. Yeah.
Yes, on social media as well. And do you have a website where the people can order your products?
Well, the website's in
How
creation
they can find
now.
you?
It's in creation right now. Right now, I'm just selling to friends and people. So the website's not done yet. It will be done probably in the next few weeks.
I see. So they can follow you on LinkedIn
Yeah,
and ask for details or check when the website will be ready in
that's
order
right.
to be able to make an order from your cosmetic. And
Exactly.
they will know that it will be natural and really good for the health. I will try to share now some of the pictures you have sent me of your products.
Yeah.
Okay. Just a moment to see if I will be able to. And why you decide to start with products for babies?
Well, actually, I was doing it as a universal line, but then I knew that there's a demand for products for babies. Diaper rash is an issue. They need like more sensitive creams. And it's,
Yes.
sensitive for babies' soft skin.
Do you have kids? Do you have any difficulties to find such products on the market?
With
Do you hear my question? Okay. I think I will be able to share now. So, can you tell us more about this product? Hello, Luan? Luan? Okay. I guess Luan have some problems. Hello again. We lost you for a couple of seconds. Can you tell us more about this product, which I have just shared? Luan, can you hear us? Hello?
Yeah.
Can you see my screen? Yes. So this is a baby scrub, and in the ad we were showing baby bath bombs, and also you said you have creams and oils.
Well, creams, yeah, not oils.
Creams, yes, okay. I will show the creams as well. Just a moment. This one.
Yeah.
What are the ingredients here, for example?
And there's a lot of vitamin E, some aloe, and then sugar cane, because sugar cane itself gets rid of diaper rash or relieves it.
Okay.
Diaper rash is usually bacterial, so that means that your whole floral system is a little messed up. So the sugar cane is the regulator for that.
Okay, great.
Once all your sort of say your vitamins that you produce are balanced, then you're completely balanced.
Yes.
Yeah. I like
exactly.
this little blue one.
Hi, yes, they're very cute.
Well, I want to keep it light and sort of almost animated because it's under that Sugar Shack, and I want to eventually add small little restaurants.
Okay, that's a really great.
Little ones, 6-table cafes under
wonderful.
that Sugar Shack. Yeah, and then it'll be all inspired by, this is another, but this is down the road, obviously. I'm looking ahead, but I need to pull myself back to where I am now, so.
Of course, you will have time to implement your entire vision.
Yeah.
And yes, it will be great to have all natural products, not only for the skins, but also as a meal.
Exactly, because the skin is the largest organ and it absorbs it all.
Yes. And it's important what we are using for our skin, but not only for our skin, and what we are eating also is important for
Yeah,
our health.
for our health. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
So
wonderful
it's
vision.
been fun working with, it takes time, obviously, and then I stepped away for a little while, um, because I was in hospital and then came back. So yeah.
So this inspire you to really help the people to have a healthy
Exactly.
life.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. And with our 20s, I love the 20s, the 20-year-olds, 20 to 30, they're all like so open and open to new ideas. And I would just talk to 20-year-olds because they're so wise. They're smarter than I was at 20.
It's wonderful to hear this.
Yeah, I don't lose hope in that generation because they're not doing the same things we were doing. Um, you know, they'll sit in a piazza in Lisbon and they'll just be socializing. Like North America doesn't work that way. They need to be drinking or, something. Where the young now they're vaping, which is better than smoking, and they're not drinking a lot and they're just enjoying. But
That's
they're
wonderful.
so much.
Yes, it's wonderful to see this in the young generation.
It is, yeah. I really appreciate it. Admire it.
And can you share with us some tips, for example, for our busy lives? Because starting a business sometimes could be challenging.
Yeah.
And how we can support our health during those busy days.
I have to focus on your eating, obviously, but in your mental health and not that you're not taking on too much at once. Because once you have like piles of ideas and everything, it just becomes a mess. So yeah, I guess just taking time. All takes time.
Taking time to rest, or
Yeah, taking time to just step back, maybe reevaluate what's going on. If you're finding yourself too busy, if you're starting a business, then you just sort of pick at it bit by bit, take little bits, and you'll see that you got a big chunk after a while.
yes, step by step,
Yeah. But I mean, so
and
many
building
people.
your business.
Hmm?
To build your business step by step and not taking too much pressure,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, step by step, exactly. At first, like when I first started it, I just thought this is a kind of a fun hobby. I started making all these things with oils and scrubs. And then I was like, oh, I knew that I knew about the sugar cane and I want to incorporate it because I would like to get rid of bleached white sugar as a whole. It's awful. Sugar's in everything, especially in North America.
Yes, but
Yeah.
actually
Mhm.
yes,
Yeah, like the North American diet is awful because of the sugar.
yes, unfortunately we have there is sugar in most of the foods
Yeah.
there, for example, and also in many other places in the world.
Yeah, that's true. I just see the North American diet, fast food, everything quick. Um, most stuff is processed. It's processed food. It's refined, which is not refined because they've taken everything out of rice and out of pasta and out of flour and sugar and they've made it all nothing. Then everything's gone from it. So we need to get that back.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
your mission really is great to
Yeah.
help the people be
That's what I
healthy.
mean. If this helps people, I'm just excited.
Wonderful. And when you turn on your passion and excitement into the business, I guess it's easier to pass through all the challenges which you could face every day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, step by step.
Great. Would you like to share something more about your products or with the audience?
Well, just that they're all natural, that most of them actually go across the line, like men's and women, they don't differentiate too much because the only difference is maybe a shaving cream. So it's kind of almost unisex. But I know the men's skincare market, there's not a lot to it, so it needs some.
Yes, a long time actually it is underrated, and it's
Yeah.
like um, consider that the man doesn't need to take care of their skin.
Yeah, they don't really think about it much as women, most men.
Yes, but it's also important for them, so it's really a good market opportunity.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, for sure. The men's and baby. Women's is
Yes,
oversaturated, but mm, there still isn't a woman's line out here like this. I did a lot
uh,
of research.
yes,
I had to, of
I'm
course.
sure.
Like you were saying earlier about protecting your idea.
Excuse me?
Like you were saying earlier about protecting your idea.
Yes, yes. So if you have new ideas, you can also go on the platform and just register them and take your
Yeah,
certificate of evidence. Yes, because it's really important.
yeah,
Our idea can really help the world to become a better place and
absolutely.
solve a lot of our
I think that's
problems.
most people's goals. Most people aren't, bad. Yeah. They like to see the world as a healthy place.
Yes, I'm sure that you will make it healthier with
I
your
hope so.
products. Yes, and you with your future restaurant.
Yeah, that might be fun. I would think that would be a lot of fun, but it'd just be little casual, tiny spots. Because yeah, just little cafes with yeah, little snacks and things like that.
Great. I
Yeah.
wish you a lot of success with your business and with your future plans. And thank you
You.
very much for joining us today.
Oh, well, this was nice to join you.
It was wonderful to talk together.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay. Thank you.
great. Thank you, Juan. So we can bye, and we will make a short break right now and coming back again after 10 minutes. Obviously, Isaac has some technical problems and is not able to join us right now, but we can continue with how important is the cybersecurity for your new business, and how you can have a good cybersecurity place and IT team without breaking the bank. As you know, the cybersecurity is a very important topic, not only for the businesses, but also for all of us as individuals. And we all can face some cybersecurity threats. That's why it's very important, if you want to start business from your idea, to plan your cybersecurity right from the beginning. And I will share with you how digital transformation impact the modern business and how important and what are the benefits of outsourced IT and cybersecurity tools. First, let's see how the digital transformation impacts our modern businesses. Well, they streamline the processes and boost productivity, make sales and marketing process efficient, enable data-driven decisions, secure data and sustain business operations, foster communication and collaboration. And in order to perform all these activities, sometimes you need different applications, which sometimes can work together or contradict each other, or you may lose a lot of time in order to implement a correct cybersecurity at place. And of course, because all of these issues, you can really face a lot of challenges like expertise and guidance gap, frequent IT problems, costly infrastructure and support, limited scalability, security, and compliance struggle. The solutions which outsourced IT presents are that they act as extension of your business, provide tailor-made IT solutions, and offer proactive monitoring and maintenance, usually 24/7, which will be very difficult if you want to perform all this activity by your company. And of course, if your company doesn't provide these services. So with the outsourced IT, you really can save a lot of time and focus on the things that you do better and on your goals. Here are some of the benefits of the outsourced IT. Reduce your expenses, enjoy predictable costs, tap into specialized expertise, streamline your operations, scale and adapt easily. Usually, with the outsourced IT provider, you have a huge team behind you that is ready to really implement and adapt their tools and solutions for you. Focus on your core goals, mitigate risk effectively, align technology to your goals, be proactive, not reactive, and stay ahead with the technology. Usually those companies are really focused on their market, on the challenges, on the threats they might face, and want to stay ahead in this area. And that's why by using outsourced IT, first of all, you will save a lot of time and costs. And second, you will be ahead with the technology and implemented, for example, cybersecurity. Another important thing is when you decide to choose your cybersecurity provider is to receive a complex and fully solution that will unite all your cybersecurity tools and apps at one place. So it will be really easy to manage and follow. Also, some of the activities can be unified and automated. And that's why our company is working with Kaseya cybersecurity tools because they provide all the necessary tools that you need in order to make sure that you're really protected. And another important thing is for your cybersecurity is the training of your employees. Most of the vulnerabilities today are actually on the base of employee mistake or not good awareness of your employees for what they should be careful and look when they receive emails, for example. That's why with Kaseya tools, you can also have a training of your employees in order to prevent such cybersecurity gaps and vulnerabilities. That's why in innovative services, we want to give you opportunity to access to those tools, not only as a business, but also as individuals, because if our end client is protected, this will mean that our entire network will be more secure. And the same is with your employees or future employees. So another topic I want to show you today is how to combat deception, business email compromise. Let's see first what is business email compromise, or in short, BEC. Sophisticated phishing targeting organizations focused on stealing money or private information capable of causing devastating financial loss. For example, they're targeting your emails. And can you imagine what will happen, for example, if somebody in your finance team receive an email from the CEO or a high management for a big payment? But actually, this email to be a phishing email, or just the email of the CEO could be hacked. So like this, your company can face really a big financial loss. And here are some of the impacts of the BEC attacks. Loss of private data, damage to the reputation. For example, if the scammers are able to download your client's data, then your reputation will be damaged. And you can also face a lot of fines because you will break the private laws and the compliance. And also, you can face a lot of devastating financial loss. What are the tools and techniques the scammers are using for BEC? Social engineering is like making a profile and trying to manipulate your employees to perform certain activities. Spear phishing, spoofing, conversation hacking. If they hack your conversation, for example, they would be able to learn more details and later on to send email with which to be able, by using this information from the conversation, they hack it already, to manipulate your employees or you to, for example, follow their requirements from the email, or make you, for example, click on malicious link or download malicious file. And these are some of the scenarios you should be really careful about. Urgent payment requests or invoice scams, executive impersonation scams, credential or information fraud, misrepresentation scam, gift card scams. So these are some of the scenarios the scammers are using in order to collect your data or to manipulate you and to be able to have access to your finance, or to make you download, for example, malicious software that later on can be used for a lot of malicious actions. And these are some of the signs of back attacks: poor spelling, grammar, and punctuation, unusual formatting, appearance, or domains. So when you receive an email, it's always good to check the domain from where it's sent. And also not only reading the name, but to check if this email corresponds to this name or company. Urgency and Russian transactions, improper greeting or signature, email-only communication, unusual fund requests, non-official email address. And which are the key steps to prevent the bank scams? Understand the threat and what to look for, like the presentation above. Educate employees and straighten defenses. One of the great things about the Kaseya tools is that one of them is able, by AI and by predefined parameters, to filter your entire emails and notify you for about each email that looks suspicious, and is also able to train itself during the time and the data it receives for the future emails, for example, and possible trends. And really crucial part of your cybersecurity is the education of your employees, because a lot of the attacks and one of the biggest vulnerability of your cybersecurity is actually coming from unaware and uneducated employees that could just click on, for example, malicious link in the email they received, and that way they can infect even your entire network. So take action now and protect your business. And if you want to start business from your idea, you really have to take serious steps in order to plan your cybersecurity activity. That was the topic for now. We will continue later. Thank you for watching, and I hope you find this useful. We will make a short break now of around 4 or 5 minutes, and we will continue with our next special guest, Elisa Matos. I'm happy to introduce you our special guest, Elisa Matos. She is co-founder of the Norn Awards. Hello, Elisa.
Hi.
Welcome. It's pleasure for me. Just a second to start sharing my screen, and we can start. So, can you tell us more about the Norn Awards and why they are different kind of awards?
Yeah, can I have the possibility to share my screen?
Yes, of course.
I don't know if you can see it.
I can't see it yet. Yes, now.
Is that okay?
Yes, yes. Now it's okay. I can see it.
Okay, nice to meet you. As Sveta already said, my name is Elisa. I'm from Brazil. I'm the co-founder of the Norns Awards. And everything started because our team today, our subject is launch your idea. So the Norns is also like a son. It arrived like launching our idea. And it was really funny because everything has begun with this sentence you can read under launch your idea. Instead of criticizing, do better. This is something that my father taught me when I was a young child, and this is how the Norns started. We used to participate as companies in other awards programs, and we started to understand that it was like every kind of award was limited to one industry or just limited in it itself, not opening. We do not have the possibility to exchange ideas or to talk with other participants or understand better other programs. And we decided to start with the Norns. First of all, you are thinking about the name. Why Norns? I will present them to you. The Norns are three goddesses in traditional Nordic folklore, and they are well known because they used to take care of the tree of life, and also to link our past, present, and future. And our idea of awards or being recognized, it's something that is not limited to the present, but it's linked to your past. You started studying or preparing your company or developing your idea in the past. then it comes in the present and you realize that everything is being done. But when you're being recognized, you know that this recognition will be important for the future of your company, of yourself as a person. That's why the norms. And our main scope is acknowledge and grant visibility to professionals. We thought that it was really important, not only as a competition, because we are not interested in put company against company or person against person and competing. We are more interested in showing the dedication, the teamwork, and the innovation or new things that can be shared as individuals or as organizations. We wanted to share results, and sometimes we thought that when we are working, for example, I live in a small city in Italy, and I usually think about if I'm doing something here in my city that probably it's so important and I would like to show to the whole world, but this costs a lot of money. Maybe it's not so easy. So one of the scope of our awards is also give the possibility of small companies or researchers or non-profit organizations to be shown to the whole world, because the Norns is an international and worldwide award. The Norn seeks to inspire and motivate, because we know that when we saw something that is really interesting, we start to think, okay, if that went well, why I cannot do? Why I cannot learn or trying to make my dream come true? So it's also to inspire and motivate. When the recognized companies or people go to the scene and start to talk about their award, it's really nice to see other people paying attention and thinking, wow, this is really, really interesting. So we want to share the culture of excellence. Doesn't matter if you are small or if you are a big company. The Norns demographic, it's really interesting because we are not thinking about age or gender or cultural limitations or religion. We just think about significant contributions. So we want to share important innovation and excellence. And the next year, 2024, we are going to do this in 6 categories. So we are going to talk about innovation, research and technology, marketing and creative, sustainability, diversity and inclusion, and startups. So when we talk about startups, doesn't matter, any kind of companies were really welcomed. And there will be an important news that I'm going to give you by the end of the presentation.
Wonderful.
So people want to understand, but why should I participate in an award, or why should I present my program? So some important points to think is about credibility, because not only credibility as we normally think about the word credibility, not to give credit, because normally if your company is good and if you are doing a good work, of course, you already have credibility, but it's to increase this credibility to other markets. The second thing, that is the thing that I love most, and we are going to have 2 participants today that can confirm that I really love, it's networking. I love the contact with other people. I love to talk and to learn more and more about each and every program, even if I'm not part of the scientific commission. but I study all the projects. I learn, I read all the projects because I'm really curious and I want to understand other realities. Then we have the marketing part, because when you participate, we as the Norns are going to talk about you, not only on social media, but this year we have a really good and huge participation in the media. The media was really interested because we are different, because it's not, I repeat, it's not a competition, but a recognition. And we were present in TV, in radio, one of the biggest radios in Brazil. I was interviewed by one of the biggest radios in Brazil, the Jovem Pan. We were in Rai TV in Italy, and all over the world, from Malaysia to US, from Argentina to Australia. So it was really bigger than we could imagine. So you are going to have almost 1 year of marketing and publicity, worldwide marketing and publicity. The possibility of participate in summits like this one organized with Svetla, and not only, but also to be interviewed by other magazines and other TVs, and people that is contacting me to know more and more about this or that program. The possibility of getting new customers, because people is interested in who is participating and which kind of product or service they offer. So this can mean also new business and also new partners. So it's not only a trophy or a moment of joy, but it's something that will last for a long time. Just for you to understand, from 2022 to 2023, we had in our between gala and cocktail, we have 250 participants. We have 25 different industries, more than 8 languages, 5 partners, more than 250 media vehicles around the globe, exclusive TV, exclusive interviews, and we increased by 480% after the event. These are numbers that, of course, I will show you, because we are not doing publicity saying that we have 1 million followers. It's not that. But the fact that our major competitor is 40 years old. So in comparison to them and to their results, we are really proud of us, because our main competitor has 10,000 followers in 40 years, and we in only 2 years. In fact, it's less than 2 years, but we organize as 2 years, because we had September 2022 and then March 2023, and we have 2,000. And when I took this image, we had 2,200 followers against 10,000 of our competitor with 40 years. So we are doing a really great job. Some of our sponsors send us testimonials. They were really impressed with the last event, because as I mentioned, the last event was really different from the first one. Of course, during the first one, I have to tell you something that was really funny, between commas, but we decided and changed the date of the first event around 4 times, because we are not finding a place, a location. At the end, we have an offer from a really nice and beautiful location in Rome. And he said, yes, okay, what the date do you have? We have September 9th. And I don't know if you remember, but the Queen Elizabeth died on the 8th. So imagine that between news about the Queen Elizabeth and our small and new program, we are not so on the media. And this year, it was the opposite. It was really nice. So also the sponsors that were last year and some that came this year were really impressed on what we did in the last event. And it is interesting because I like it very much when I got this testimonials, because it's important to understand and to know what people are feeling on participating on or on being awarded. Motor K said that when you are committed to innovation, your sight should be as broad as possible. It's true when they say that the brightest ideas often come from the most unconventional sources of inspiration. I want you to pay attention on this sentence: the most unconventional sources of inspiration is what given the brightest ideas. We are talking in this summit, we are talking about new ideas. So don't be shy. Maybe you think sometimes when you have an idea and when you have a plan or a goal or a dream, you think that it's stupid or it's small. Don't think like this. There is no stupid dream. There are stupids that are unable to dream. So be strong, go ahead, and be sure that you can do it. Because I repeat, it's important to understand that you are strong enough. Knowledge, study, ask help if you need. Don't be shy. Because it's really important to understand that if you had that idea, it was an inspiration. I always think that when we have an idea, it's an inspiration. From where? We don't know, but it's an inspiration. And the last thing that I wanted to show is some images of our last event. And the two news that I have to tell you, from today, we are changing our name from International Awards and Luxury Events. Now from today, we became 1886 Agency. We are going to offer also not only events and awards, but also marketing, publicity, communication services. And the most important thing that I want to tell you is that we will start with publishing also. We will present a book in September, and we are open the 1886 Business Magazine. That will be a magazine that will be able to share more and more all the people that participate and growing. The magazines will start more or less with the same categories. We will have a magazine about sustainability, innovation, diversity, and inclusion. So if you will be interested in knowing more, stay tuned and contact me. I'm on LinkedIn. The Norns is on LinkedIn. 1886 is on LinkedIn. So don't be shy. Get in touch and enjoy the next presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Elisa. It was really an inspiration. Thank you so much. Yes, and please, everyone that have an idea, and if you are a startup, for example, or any kind of business, just contact Elisa and the Norns Awards, because really these are different type of awards that cherish your efforts and admitting your entire business and efforts that you are putting in your business. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure and honor for me to welcome Niccolò Calandri from 3B. Welcome, Niccolò.
Hi, everyone. Hi, nice to meet you. It's a pleasure for me to be here.
Nice to meet you as well. Would you like to share with us more about your company, 3B, and why you decide to make this project?
Yeah, for sure. So hi, nice to meet you. I'm Niccolò Calandri. As well, as I said, I'm the founder of 3B. 3B is a startup. Let's say now, after 6 years, is almost a scale up. We are working all over the Europe. We start in Italy, something like 6 years ago. My background is not a startup background. I have a PhD in electronics. So 3B was funded by me and Riccardo, that is the other co-founder. We have a similar background. I have a PhD in electronics. Riccardo has a PhD in biology. So I work. I used to work at MIT. In quantum electronics. So we provide electronics in order to create quantum entanglement, quantum photon, and was a very difficult challenge. But at some point we decided to do something different. So the research is interesting for sure. We were working in a huge environment, in a huge university, but we were also attracted by the opportunity to create something real, something tangible in order to create a real impact on our environment. So that's why we switch from, let's say, an academia journey to something different, something more concrete for us and very close to the environment. That's why we start 3B. 3B was a project, was just a project 6 years ago. We just tried to do something in order to make something for the environment. But now is a company with 60 people that are working all over the Europe. And our goal, it's simple. Our goal is to create something to protect biodiversity. We realize a device in order to protect the biodiversity and the bees all over the world.
Wonderful. How your device is protecting the bees?
Yeah, we have an IoT device, so a small hardware component that is also biomimetic, which can be installed in the beehive, that is the house of the bees. So we install this kind of device inside the hive near to the queen, and we are going to listen every single buzz that the bees and the queen are making. So the device is acquiring data. So we acquire big data, we transfer the data to the cloud, And in the cloud, we analyze the data using artificial intelligence. So we make the bees, we give the bees a voice. We are able to understand what the bees are telling to us, if there is some problem to the environment, if there is some pesticide, for example, or if they are, if there is a need of food because they are going to die for a harvest problem, for example. So the device is able to understand the real problem of the bees, translate this problem in a human language, and thanks to this, let's say, translation, we are able to improve the ability in order to, for the beekeeper to heal and to protect the bees inside the hive.
Wonderful. And you are really able to understand the bees with this device.
Yeah, this is, I think, the difficult part. Bees are making different sounds. So just to give you an idea, when there is some problem inside the hive, the sound of the queen shift from 300 hertz to 400 hertz. So just the shifting, the moving of the sound of the voice of the bees make us understand which is the problem. In this case, the problem can be the pesticide problem, and so on. So thanks to the sound, thanks to the sensor inside the hive, sound is one of the sensor. We also have other kind of sensor like temperature sensor, for example, or even the weight. So we are able to understand if the bees, the weight of the bees, so if they are pollinating or not, if they are harvesting from the flower or not. And this is huge, and this is important because thanks to the pollination of the bees, we are able also to create our food supply chain, because 80% of all our crops, 80% of all our vegetable, 80% of all our flora, 80% of our food supply chain depend on bees, on the pollination of the bees, and of course the pollinator that are the friends of the bees. So that's why we are looking to protect and to understand bees, because they are crucial for the biodiversity and are crucial for our food supply chain.
Wonderful. Do you want to tell us more about what we are seeing here?
Yeah, for sure. Let's just a second. So why we start 3B and the reason behind 3B. So this is the main reason, the main problem about the habitat and the biodiversity in our environment. So 6 years ago, when we start 3B, Riccardo has a PhD in biology, okay? But also he has a strong professional beekeeper. What does it mean? Riccardo has also several beehives. Riccardo has a lot of bees in the garden, and every single year, Riccardo is going to lose the 50% of their bees. So every year, Riccardo is going to lose 50% of the colony. The colony are going to collapse for different reasons. And the reason was not easy to identify the real reason. We start interviewing the beekeeper. So we start asking the beekeeper, so why bees are collapsing? What is the real problem behind bees and pollinators? And also beekeeper face a difficult way to explain why. There is a lot of effect, there is a lot of cause, a lot of problems. For example, the climate change is the first problem of bees collapsing. The second one are the parasite. A lot of bees has a huge parasite that are coming from different regions in the world. And the last, but the most important, is the biodiversity losses. So bees, in order to be able to survive, in order to be able to spread, to grow, to be as big as possible, as healthy as possible, they need biodiversity. They need a good habitat. But the biodiversity is, in Italy, for example, but also in Europe, is decreasing at a huge rate. Every single year, we are going to lose 50 live species. We are going to lose 20% of our habitat. And thanks to these losses, right now we have the 90% of the European ecosystem that is in risk. We have 55% of pollinators in risk in Europe. We have 80% of losses of flying insect in Europe in the last 30 years. So biodiversity losses is the first problem for the bees collapsing. That's why we need to monitor bees. We need to understand, using technology, what is happening inside the beehive. And later, we need to recreate the habitat for the bees in order to make bees healthy and happy, of course. So that's, let's say, that's the main problem for bees and biodiversity losses.
Wonderful. And really,
Yeah.
without the bees, if the bees dies, we will have only a couple of years life on Earth.
Yeah, this is a sentence from, let's say, was a sentence that was said by Albert Einstein, like
Yes.
100 years ago. So was a prediction, let's say. It's almost true. Bees are essential for human life. And the reason is quite simple. Bees are going to pollinate. Bees pollinate the flower makes seeds and fruits, and the biodiversity, the flora biodiversity. Every single ecosystem need bees in order to be stable. Without bees, we are going to see ecosystem collision. That's why we need to protect bees. 80% of the vegetables are pollinated by bees. So without the, let's say, the daily work of the bees, we are going to lose our biodiversity. And talking more about 3B, just to give you an overview, if you want to be a startup or even a scale up. So we start 6 years ago. We start with it was just me and Ricardo, so two people that was making something strange. So we want to listen, we want to understand the sound of the bees. And the real step in order to move from just 2 people to 60 employees, to 60 other workers, was to find the product market fit. So we understand that the real advantage and the real value of our company was to analyze the data coming from the bees, and these data are super powerful in order to be sold to companies that are to guys, thank you, that are let's say that are looking to improve biodiversity. So now, right now, we together with the bees, we are able to understand the biodiversity losses all around Europe. And thanks to these biodiversity losses, we are able to work with company in order to improve the biodiversity score of this company. So in 5 years, we install more than 5,000 devices inside the hive. We map, we track, and we analyze more than 5,000 hectares. Again, in Europe, so we work in Italy, in France, in Germany right now, the main 3 markets for now. And the second good point and second strong effort, strong point that we have was to start to collaborate with university. So all our technology, all our device was created in 3B, was created internally, but we start as soon as possible to validate in the academia world. So we start making papers, papers about the technology, about the beehive status, about the health status. So if I have to say which is the good part of 3B are mainly the employees, the people, the product market fit. So find the real advantage of this kind of solution, that is the data behind the bees, and of course the university.
Wonderful. And this is how you came up from an idea and to a new business. Is the path difficult, or if you have the needed passion and desire, it's not that challenging?
No, it's super challenging. I think create a company or create a startup and become a scale up is one of the difficult steps that I did in my past. When we start, again, was just a small piece, a small idea, a small piece of the puzzle. Was just a game for us. We just want to play, to understand as a researcher, understand a little bit more about the bees environment, the bees world. But later we understand the value behind this idea. So we start to create a product, we start to create a service, and so we make a step in order to move from 2 people to more. So we start hiring, and hiring is super difficult. Hire the right people at the right moment is quite difficult, because you have to find the people that are looking in the same direction, that has the same mission and same vision, and then want to fight for the same battle. So find the first 5 to 10 people is one of the difficult part in the company. We take like 2 years to find the right strategy, the right team, and later with the, let's say, 10 best employee, we were able to grow faster. But the difficult step is move from 2 people to 10 people, I think, because you have to choose the right 10 people with you. Otherwise, let's say you are not going to fail, but you are going to make you are going to have a long journey in order to achieve a good level of company.
Yes, it's true. And what would you say would you tell to the people that are watching us today and have an idea and wonder whether they have to start or not a business?
No, of course, jump in, try. Let's say if you want to achieve something, I think you can achieve something, but the most important part is be resilient. I mean, during your journey, you're going to fail. You're going to fail, I think, every single day. You're going to make some errors, but it's natural, it's normal, and you can build the company on the mistake, on the error. And that's, I think, is our secret sauce. We are resilient. In 6 years, we do a lot of mistake. We face a lot of problem, but we start every single day with the goal, with a mission in mind, and nothing can stop us. So even the investor, the money is not that the problem. The real problem is you have to be resilient. You don't have to be scared to try. And my suggestion is listen to yourself and not to the others mainly. Try to do what you want to do and not what the other want that you be. That's my main suggestion. So be resilient.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for sharing your experience with us.
Thank you to you for inviting me. Really, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. How they can find you?
LinkedIn, Nicola Calandri on LinkedIn. You can text me, and I am happy to have a discussion without any problem.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us, and we will continue after 10 minutes with our next special guest.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye. It was pleasure and honor. It's a pleasure and honor to introduce you. Francesco. He is a CEO of EvoDev. Hello, Francesco, can you hear me? Hello.
Hi.
Thank you and welcome
Thank you for
to
you.
our summit. Can you share with us why you decided to make this avatar for communication?
Okay. And you have the registration for Angelo?
Yes, but he doesn't participate yet.
Yes, Angelo is speaking English. I don't speak English. I have the problem with the speaker for English.
Okay. Do you want me to repeat again the question?
No, thank you. I don't have the. Okay. You have the registration for Angelo, no? For question.
I guess Andrew will participate later because we have a meeting with him again at 8 p.m. UTC +3, and maybe he's not able to participate at the moment. Okay, maybe Elisa can help us in the translation. Elisa, can you join us? Let me check.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Elisa. How are you?
I'm fine, Francesco. Let me try to help you.
Thank you, Elisa.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. This is networking.
Wonderful. Yes, networking in action.
Thank you.
Yeah, networking and support. That is it. And you know, I'm in love with the EvoDev project, so it will be easy for me to help Francesco. Francesco, sorry, but it was not something that we have planned. But anyway, let me ask Francesco if we have the sharing screen or something, or if it will be just questions. Francesco, facciamo con una condivisione di immagini? Hai una presentazione o facciamo
Ce l'ho già
domande?
pronta. Ce l'ho già pronta.
Quindi se vuoi condividere e così
faccio subito.
A parlare, facciamola.
Grazie Elisa.
Figurati. Fammi solo mettere grandi perché sono mezzo ciecata.
Eccolo.
Wonderful.
Faccio partire il video?
Aspetta solo un attimo.
Ok. Elisa, parlo, tu mi traduci?
Sì.
Ok, allora, ciao a tutti, mi chiamo Francesco Cannone, sono l'amministratore delegato della società EvoDev SRL.
Hi, my name is Francesco Cannone, I'm the CEO of EvoDev.
È una società che è nata nel 1 aprile 2022.
The EvoDev was born in April 2002.
e con l'idea di trasformare il mondo della comunicazione.
And our main idea was to make a big change to transform the communication world.
Partiamo con dei problemi.
Let's start with the issues, the problems.
Oggi come oggi le persone sorde hanno problemi di ingresso negli ospedali, nei pubblici, nelle amministrazioni pubbliche, nelle stazioni, nei aeroporti.
As you can see from the slide, one of the main issues that people have is facing problems with accessibility. For example, when a deaf person arrives in a hospital, if there is nobody that can help them on giving instructions, it's not so easy. Same thing in emergency rooms or public buildings and so on.
E anche problemi con video e audio che non sono tutti sottotitolati nei musei, nelle guide turistiche.
And this is not only in situations, in general situations, but also when you talk about education and cultural situations. Imagine that not all places have, for example, when you go to a museum, or to somewhere that you have those information that are just spoke information, they don't have subtitles, and so the access to the cultural information is not easy to.
Quindi il mondo odierno, il mondo di oggi non è stato studiato per creare accessibilità a tutte le persone. Noi vogliamo fare diciamo il di più.
Unfortunately, our world is not created or prepared to include people with certain disabilities, like, for example, being a deaf person. We are here trying to change the game.
La missione di Evodef è quella di creare un'intelligenza artificiale con machine learning per poter creare connessione fra i due mondi e abbattere le barriere dell'esclusione.
The main idea of EvoDeaf it's an evolved vision, including and putting together to communicate non-deaf with deaf people through machine learning.
Queste sono le prime fasi di sviluppo dell'avatar.
These, as you can see from the image, are the first images developing the avatar.
Provate a immaginare lo studio del volto, delle mani, non è facile perché le persone sorde comunicano con le mani e con le espressioni facciali.
Imagine that it was really a really hard work, because when we are talking about constructing the avatar, we had to think that deaf people, when they are communicating with signals, the signals are not only hands, the signals is the total body, also the face. So it's really important to study all the expressions, not only the hand movement.
Abbiamo creato un'applicazione ancora in formato beta, ma oggi comunque già tangibile.
We have already in beta version, an app in beta version, but it's already tangible, that can be seen on the screen.
È possibile scaricarla sui propri device.
You can download on your devices, evodef.com, and then download.
Abbiamo creato 3 avatar ad oggi per creare la perfezione nella comunicazione.
And up to now we built 3 avatars, NOAA 1, 2, and NOAA 3 hologram, to arrive to the perfection.
Inoltre abbiamo creato anche una mappa geolocalizzata per dare modo alle persone sorde di trovare le attività sensibili al mondo dei sordi.
And we have also created a geolocalization map where people that are deaf can find situations and programs that are ready to help them.
Provate a immaginare le scuole che sposeranno la nostra idea, i municipi che sposeranno la nostra idea, saranno inseriti all'interno della mappa e per una persona sorda sarà più facile accedere a quei servizi.
Imagine that every city, every region that will adhere to this project of EvoDeaf, a World of Signs, will be represented in this map. So for deaf people, it will be easier to find where they have activities, schools, hospitals that are ready to receive them.
Quindi la nostra, diciamo, l'applicazione non è solo una traduzione simultanea.
It's important to understand that the app is not only a simultaneous translation.
Potrà servire anche in queste situazioni di comunicazione, può funzionare da interprete.
Obviously, it will help also. For example, imagine that today, if we had the possibility to use the avatar, it can be used not in a summit, but also in big events.
Come ad esempio, appunto, può essere usata tra due persone udenti, tra due persone sorde o tra persone sorde udenti.
And it's really interesting because can be used between people that are hearing individuals, to deaf individuals, or also between a deaf individual and a hearing one.
Provate a immaginare mandare un messaggio audio a una persona sorda e la persona sorda potrà aprire il messaggio e trasformarlo in lingua dei segni.
Imagine that you will be able to send an audio message to a friend of yours that is deaf, and the app will be able to translate in sign language.
Un vocabolario dove ci saranno tutte le lingue dei segni di questo pianeta.
And the most important thing, it's 100% inclusive because the app will have the sign languages from all over the world.
Ci sarà la possibilità per le persone sorde di tradurre un giornale con il telefonino, tradurlo in lingua dei segni.
Let's say that a person that is in another country will be able to translate the journal, the newspaper, or a magazine or a book just using the mobile phone, because we'll have 121 languages speaking to a community of 460 million of people.
Inoltre ci sarà anche una sezione gioco per i più piccoli per imparare la lingua dei segni giocando.
And there will be something really interesting. There will be an area of a game inside the app that will help a child to learn the language, sign language, playing a game. So let me do a parenthesis here, not only children, but sometimes also us, that we are adults, because for adults, maybe it will be easier to learn a new language.
In più un'assistenza decentralizzata, quindi un social dedicato alle persone sorde dove potranno aiutarsi tra di loro.
And there will be also decentralized assistance. So users will have the opportunity to connect within the community with other members and receive assistance. And this will be useful not only to talk about the app or to talk about something that is happening or a show or something, but also in case of need and emergency.
In più, la EvoDeaf Car è un'applicazione che permetterà alle persone sorde di poter sentire l'arrivo di un'ambulanza, di una pattuglia di polizia.
And another innovation is the EvoDeaf car that will give to the deaf people the possibility of recognize emergency cars like police or an ambulance that is in arrival. That is impossible. We can even imagine this.
Voi provate a immaginare che in alcuni paesi nel mondo, alcune comunità di persone sorde non possono prendere la patente proprio per questo motivo.
You can imagine that in some countries, a deaf person cannot have the habilitation to drive, the driver license, because they are deaf, because they are not able to listen to emergency cars. So the EvoDeaf car will will give this possibility to deaf people.
Il nostro mercato è composto da 460 milioni di persone nel mondo che soffrono di sordità, che parlano circa 121 lingue dei segni.
As I've mentioned before, the community of deaf people represents 460 million of people all over the world, speaking at least 121 different languages. And all those languages will be inside the app.
Il nostro business model è basato sulla vendita di abbonamenti per privati e istituzioni.
The business model is based on selling subscriptions to private people and non.
Queste sono alcune persone del team che stanno collaborando.
As you can see on the screen, some of our collaborators, some from our team, and from the surnames, you could see that they are from different nationalities.
Esatto, con diverse nazionalità e capacità uditive, perché ci sono tra le persone ci sono sordi e udenti.
And it's really important to understand that our team is made of people that are deaf people and also people that is able to hear. And different kinds of, I had the opportunity to meet some of them, and they are also different levels of deaf people, because it's important also to understand that normally people talk about deaf as deaf and that's it. And it's different. There are deaf people that talk with sign language. There are deaf people that uses cochlear implant. They can listen a little bit. Some use another kind of device. Some can speak. So there are oral deaf people. So it's really important to understand how big is this project and how inclusive is this project, because it's as Francesco said at the beginning, and the idea is to bring together and as one world, deaf and hearing people. This is the most beautiful thing of this project.
Thank you, Elisa. Oltretutto, forse lo sapete già, abbiamo vinto un premio con la The North Award, siamo stati molto felici e questo ci ha aperto anche altre opportunità di collaborazione e lavoro a livello globale.
And last June, we were awarded with the Business Awards, the North Business Awards in Diversity and Inclusion for our app development. And this was really important because it opened another window, an international possibility of new corporations, partners, and networking and business, of course.
Inoltre, quel giorno non ho partecipato solo io per ritirare il premio, ma hanno partecipato sia i soci udenti che i soci sordi.
And during the ceremony, I was not alone. I had my team with me, and my team, as I mentioned, made of hearing and deaf people, and they all could participate.
Questi sono alcuni dei nostri partner che credono nel progetto.
These are some of our partners: My Virtual Lab, the Startup Club, Frassati, it's a school, the Nemesis Metaverse, the ecological CO2 that give us carbon credits, and Lunar, that is a management platform. So it's important to count on them.
Qui abbiamo finito la presentazione.
We are about to finish our presentation, but reason to believe our project is extraordinary because we focus on people, believe that no disability should limit life, and offer personalized solutions. We invest in research and development, have a passionate team, and ensure tangible results. Our dedication, integrity, and commitment to positive change make us unique. So as the summit, it's about idea. This is another example that there is no idea so crazy that cannot become something really big. So get in touch with Francesco. Francesco is also in LinkedIn with Francesco Cannone, C-A-N-N-O-N-E. You can also find EvoDeaf, and it's important to check the website, check the app, and support, because projects like EvoDeaf, like 3B, and so many others are really important. We talk every day about sustainability, about diversity, about inclusion. So when we see this kind of projects, we really have to understand how big ideas can become.
È un progetto, esatto, come dici tu, Elisa, che cambierà le sorti di una comunità intera. Il nostro obiettivo è quello veramente di creare connessione con le persone sorde, perché quelli che devono imparare siamo proprio noi udenti.
Our main, let us say, the thing that we most have in our hearts is to create a connection with deaf people, open that community, because up to now they have always been isolated. And in fact, we are the ones that have a lot to learn with them, not the contrary. So this is the real meaning of inclusion. Inclusion means opening our world to the other world and learn.
Wonderful. This is an ONSO project. Thank you very much, Francesco, for joining us today. You are a great example of how networking, diversity, and inclusion can perform and change our world for better. Thank you very much. And thank you, Elisa, also for helping us to spread the message today. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, my 100 pleasure. Francesco knows that I was so emotional, and even now, it's something that I really loved since the very first moment I read the project. I would like also to mention someone that was really important in my life to learn more about the deaf world. That is Miss Lac Lobato. Lac Lobato is also on LinkedIn in a mission of talking about oral deaf people and fighting for their rights. Many people think that what Francesco is trying to do is not so important, because at the end, they're just deaf and they can read, they can do this, they can do that, but people even imagine that when you are not able to hear, you are also in danger, because if somebody laugh at you or scream at you, you will not be able to listen, to understand. So in a situation of danger, it's really important. Sometimes you meet someone and you want to talk and you are not able, and the app will help. I saw the avatar working and it was really impressive. So I don't have much to say, because as I said during my presentation, you have to believe and to go on with your idea. Maybe today your idea seems stupid or small, but if you believe, you can change the world. And the changing Francesco or Niccolò or other people are doing all over the world, it's something that will change the world in a few years, but change completely.
Exactly. Wonderful. This is our mission, actually, to help the people to release their unique potential and bring their idea to life, to start business, to show what they're able to do to change the world really for better. This project is very important for me, as well as my grandfather, my grandfather and my grandmother had some problems, hearing problems. So I believe it's really very helpful and useful for those people, for their relatives and the families. Thank you, Francesco, for all your efforts and what you're doing. And if you can share with us in the end, what would you say to those people that have idea and they're wondering if they have to give it a try? Is it hard to the road from an idea to app, for example?
Francesco, qual è il tuo consiglio per tutte le persone che ci stanno sentendo quando pensano in trasformare un'idea in qualcosa di concreto? Quanto duro è, ma qual è il tuo consiglio?
Allora, trasformare un'idea in un qualcosa di reale è molto difficile.
Change something from idea to concrete, or in easier words, to make a dream become true, it's not easy.
Diciamo che scriverlo è facile, metterlo in pratica è veramente difficile, ma è ancora più difficile connettersi col mondo per far capire la tua idea.
Let us say that when you are writing your idea, it's easy. When you are trying to make people understand them and support them, that's the most difficult part.
Ma quello che dobbiamo sapere è che quello che abbiamo è la nostra idea, e la nostra idea deve essere vincente, perché se l'abbiamo pensata qui, la dobbiamo aver pensata anche qui.
But we have to be sure that our idea is a winner idea, because if we started thinking with our brain and preparing it with our brain, at the end he was not born only from the brain, but he was born also from our hearts.
Quindi se hai un sogno nel cassetto, inseguilo.
So if you have a dream, go on, because your dream deserves to become true.
Wonderful message. Thank you for the inspiration and for the great example. Thank you, Elisa, for your support and really showing what networking is all about. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we believe in people, we believe in networking. We still believe in people. Yes.
It's honor and pleasure for me to introduce you Angelo Maria Venditti. He is the chairman of the board of directors of Ecological 2 and also co-founder and manager and investor in Harmonia Doc. Hello, Angelo.
Hello, Svetlana. Nice to stay here.
It's a pleasure to have you on the meeting. Well, can you share with us your experience as an investor and also a co-founder of Harmonia Doc and also as a chairman of the board of directors of Ecological 2?
Yeah, of course. In Harmonia, I'm a business angel. I was the first business angel in Harmonia. And for me, it was and it is a fantastic experience because it represents the first way to introduce in dog market the revenue management systems. Usually, we can see this technical of sell in hotellerie or in air company. So it represents for me the first way to introduce this opportunity in dog market. For me, when I see that investment, I take many time to value to understand the quality, the administrator's long-term vision, and his ability to lead the project. For me, it has been essential to understand the quality of that investment. Moreover, there are other elements that I consider during my evaluation. For example, I focus on the market and its size. It's important. I prefer market with important opportunity to grow. It's really important because this factor represents a good guarantee to found the money that you need to scale the project and to scale the startup.
What are the requirements which you're looking for when you decide to invest or not in certain idea or project? And if you can share with us your experience as investor, manager, and chairman of the board of directors on those projects.
Yeah, of course, Sveta. When I evaluate an investment, I consider really important the long-term vision and the ability of the team to lead the project as important. So it is not important for me just only the ability of the chairman to manage the project, but the heterogeneity of all team. It's important the presence of a good IT manager, a good marketing manager, and a good finance manager. There are, so for me, three elements really important as the same level to have a guarantee to the growth to the project. Moreover, you can consider that for me, it's important to focus the attention on the market and its size, because that element represents the possibility to raise more money. So if we speak with important investor, they have to consider the return on investment. So this guarantee could be derived only from an important market size. Is not different.
Yes, definitely. I agree with you. Can you share more about your project, why you decide to invest, for example, in them, and what is important for you?
Yeah.
Why you decide to
so-
work on them?
Yeah, of course. For me, in this moment, Ecologico 2, Ecologico 2 in English, represent a good solution, a real problem. All the company, all company represent the capacity to have a solution for a specific problem. The problem that in Italy and in Europe, all company, they have to count their CO2 emission. It's important, and European ask to the company to reduce the emission, the carbonic emission. So Ecologico 2 represent a real solution in that way. So we can count the emission, this bad emission of the company, of the European company, and we have a solution to arrive to the neutral company. We sell a product. It's called the carbon credit, and with this solution, the company can have a neutrality process, and with our solution, all the process is really simple, but really efficient.
Okay, how exactly your project and product are helping to the companies to reduce the emissions?
Yeah, of
And
course.
I guess it will be very useful, for example, for starting new companies to implement those solutions right from the beginning in order to decrease the emissions when they're on the stage making of their plan, for example.
Yeah, of
It
course.
will be much easier for them, yes, and save
Yeah,
a lot of costs.
Of course, in this moment we have a software, so it's possible calculate the carbon emissions, and the company can sell carbon credits for us. In other way, the calculates of carbon emission, it's really economical for all industry. It represents a price around 1,000 euros, and they can sell carbon credits. Okay, they can buy, so they can sell and buy. So we have a company that have the need to sell, because they have a good quality of carbon emissions, and there are other companies that have to buy carbon credits.
Yes.
So in this way, with a simple process that they can find in our software, they can be neutrality. They can be company neutrality.
I see. Okay, this is great. Really easing the process of selling and buying carbon emissions. Is it possible to evaluate somehow their activities through your software, for example?
Yes, the activity is simple. The company enter in the software. They respond to our question. So the company have a survey, and in this survey we take we collect their data, and with this specific data about carbon emission, we can say to the companies they are okay, they are not okay. But it's not a problem if they are not okay. The companies can buy our carbon credits. Carbon credits, it's a product that we buy from specific project, specific green projects, and we can resell to our clients, to our companies.
I see. This is great. So they can evaluate their activities and decide which will be better, for example, in order to lower their carbon emissions, and at the same time they can buy carbon emissions if it's needed and if they can optimize.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's correct. It's correct.
Okay, this is great. And how the blockchain is implemented in your product? I saw it on your website and it's really interesting.
Yes, of course. The blockchain for us represent the technology to guarantee transparency and certainty about this transaction. So the clients have the possibility to say to our market, don't worry, it's really certain that we have buy this carbon credit. So we are really a neutrality company. So don't worry about this. We have a good company that that want to represent a good green company.
I see. Great. Thank you. And
You're welcome.
what would you advise the people that have an idea and want to start a business? Is it easy or how difficult it is? What are the risks, what they should be careful about?
Yes, of course. I can give this suggestion. It's important collect data about that markets. So smoke test, for example, is one opportunity to be sure about our ideas. I can say all ideas are good. The difference represent the way in which you transfer your ideas on the market. So it's important collect data. It's important understand which is the ideal business model that the market consider good. So, for example, a subscription is a way. Directly sell is another way. So it's important to understand which is the best business model for the companies, and it's important to have a good business plan. You have to know always which is your income need. It's important. If you don't understand which is the size of your money that you need, maybe you can you will stay alone in the sea. So you have to be sure about which is the fuel that you need to go to the market. So it's important. Collect data and money that you need to arrive to the success.
Great. Yes, definitely. That's why is the cash flow in the budget in one business plan. Yes, because in different periods of time, every month, for example, you may need a different amount of money. And if you haven't made the calculations and you don't know how money you will need, you could have a gap of money. And yes, this will be this could bring a lot of challenges to the company.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much
Thank you
for your time and for. Hello again. We are continuing with our next topic, which is power of AI in cybersecurity. Let me share my screen. And I will share with you the AI basics for today's business leaders and what is the power of AI in cybersecurity. But first of all, let's see what is the artificial intelligence. AI is rapidly evolving and a field of computer science. It performs tasks requiring human intelligence. AI can simulate human behavior and cognition. AI is transforming industry industries and enabling innovation. And the key AI-related terms are machine learning, natural language processing, deep learning, and robotics. Machine learning is like an umbrella term for solving problems that developing algorithms by humans would be cost inefficient. So the people are helping the machines to discover their own algorithms to solve the problems. The natural languages processes is concerned how to program the computers to process and analyze the data. The deep learning is based on artificial neural networks with presentation learning using multiple layers in the network. And robotic is design, construction, operation, and use of robots. And of course, in these fields, we implement as well the AI. So let's see how many types of AI there are. There is reactive AI, limited memory AI, theory of mind, and self-aware AI. The first two categories, they already exist, and we actually have access and use some of them. The reactive AI has no memory, and it just performing specific tasks is the simple AI of all. The limited memory AI, its algorithm imitate our brains. It gets smarter as it receives more data. So it's able to train on the base of the data it receives. The theory of mind AI is not a reality yet, and it should have the ability to understand the world and how other entities has thoughts and emotions, for example. The last one is self-aware AI, and this is really the last state of AI, the most developed one, which we don't have yet. It will contain a conscious understanding of their existence, of their own existence. There are another types of AI, another groups on which we can divide it. As you can see, the first group is narrow or weak AI that again perform a specific or solve tasks. The superintelligence and the super AI is capable of surpassing the human intelligence by manifesting cognitive skills and thinking skills of its own. And the last one is general or strong AI. It expects the machines to be as smart as the humans are. So where we can implement the AI tools? In finance, in sales, in marketing, operations, customer service, HR, talent acquisition, and inventory management. All these fields can be optimized and automated, most of the tasks by the AI. That's why it's very important, if you want to start a business, from your idea to take into account on the planning phase how you can optimize and automate part of your activity. And these are the potential benefits of AI: enhanced efficiency and productivity, improved customer support, better business decisions, and competitive edge. Let's see some of misconceptions about the AI. AI will replace the human workforce. No, actually, AI will support and optimize our activities, will handle those repetitive tasks in order to have more time for creativity and better decisions making. AI is infallible. AI will soon outpace human intelligence. AI is only for large enterprises. Actually, it's quite the opposite, because by using AI and optimizing your activities, you will be able to save a lot of time and cost for your business. And let's see the future of AI. Increase of AI adoption among the businesses, extended business applications and consumer use, more emphasis on ethics, increased regulation to protect data privacy. And these are very important parts, because today we can see a lot of videos made by AI that it's hard to recognize, are they real or not? And this is very powerful tool if it's in hands of scammers, for example. And the best practices for building an AI strategy are: first, establish a multi-role team for AI. Second, identify business priorities and opportunities for AI. Third, select and prioritize AI projects. Fourth, assign executive level sponsors to drive AI success. And 5, address skill gaps for effective AI implementation. So at one point of view, you need to enlarge your team in order to implement AI, but you will be able to perform much more work and tasks by doing so. And the other points of the list: align AI with your business strategy, manage data for AI success, plan adequate resources for AI projects, focus on user experience adoption of AI, monitor and optimize AI system for maximum impact. So these are the main points. And when you want to implement AI in your business, and it's really important to plan it right from the beginning, because you will be able to optimize your activities. For example, you will be able to be in contact with your clients 24/7 only by using, for example, AI as a chatbot, and answer the simple questions or predefined questions to your clients. At the same time, you will free a lot of time from your marketing and sales team, and they will be able to be in contact only with the clients that need a further support. And it's also important to take into account implementing a cybersecurity tools that contain AI, because they will automate a lot of the processes, and will save you again a lot of time. This was for now. I hope you find this topic interesting and useful for you. We will continue with our next guest, Paula Hadjilambri, and she will Hello again. It's a pleasure and honor for me to welcome Paula Hadjilambri in our summit. Hello, Paula.
Hello, hi, nice to meet you all. Thank you very much for the invitation, and good evening from Cyprus.
You're welcome. Paula, why Cyprus is a perfect destination for relocation?
Okay, first of all, besides being such a beautiful island in the Mediterranean, being at the crossroads and connecting the continents of Africa, Asia, and Europe, there are many, many benefits. If I could share my screen, I could share with you my presentation. Okay.
Of course.
Just a minute. 1 second. I'll open my presentation. Excuse me. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's see. All right. It's right here. Okay. All right. It should be on full. Okay. So as I said before, Cyprus is becoming the perfect relocation destination for many, many people around the world. And there are many good reasons. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for this beautiful idea, Launch Your Idea summit that you had. And I am sure a lot of people found a way to express themselves during these hours. And that is the reason why I had the idea to speak about Cyprus, because some of these ideas that everybody has and they want to implement them and they want to develop them, sometimes they need the perfect place to do so. And we do believe that Cyprus is the perfect relocation destination. As I said, Cyprus is an island in the Mediterranean, and it belongs to the European Union since 2004. It's an official member, and it belongs in the European Economic Zone since 2008, which means that we have the euro as a currency. We all know that Cyprus enjoys 300 plus sunny days. So literally, we are beach lovers, we swim, we do water sports, we love nature, without meaning that we don't have snow. Of course, we have a couple of months a year that we have snow on the mountains. And actually, I think we are one of the rare places where in the morning you can go skiing and in the afternoon you can go swimming. It is one of the safest places in EU. And to give you an example, a few years ago when we visited London, my son and myself for Christmas, he was, I think 9, he's 12 now. It was the first time that he saw a homeless person. So the homeless concept was unknown to him because we don't have homeless people in Cyprus. The quality of life is very, very good. We have a good community. We have a multicultural community over here. And we also have thousands and thousands of years of history and traditions and values. For many people, Cyprus has a strategic location, and especially we see this now with the extraction of the gas and the oil, with the alliances that we have with countries such as Greece, Israel, France, and America. And for business people, is a tax haven, which we will analyze why it's a tax haven in a little while. Nobody can doubt that we have amazing food as well. All my friends that they come for holidays in Cyprus, they complain that after a couple of weeks, they gain a couple of kilos because of too big portions that we have. And of course, the amazing hospitality of the locals, of the Cypriot people. As I said, we are used to a growing multicultural community here in Cyprus. That is why we are so open to accept and embrace people and cultures, not just by coming here for their holidays, but by choosing to live here and making Cyprus their second home. So these are a few facts about Cyprus. We are barely 1 million people, which this is actually very good if you consider that the size of Israel, which is right next door to us, is approximately the same, but the population there is about 10 million, sorry. So the proportion of the population, along with the services, along with the cost of living, along with the quality of life, I have to say has an amazing, amazing balance. Of course, we're not perfect, as in every country, but we do try our best. Now, Cyprus is well known for, as I said, the mythology, the traditions, the stories, the myths, and that is why a few of these myths I am going to share with you. Everyone knows that Cyprus is the island where the goddess of love, Aphrodite, she was born here, and especially in Paphos, which is my city where I come from. At the same time, everyone knows Akamas Peninsula, which is under the protection of the UNESCO because it's cultural heritage. But Akamas actually in the ancient times was a kingdom, and by some researchers is considered maybe to be the lost Atlantis. And then we have the famous Adonis baths. Adonis was the lover of Aphrodite. So people visit the baths. I mean, they have lovely waterfalls and cold waters and everybody wants to jump in, but they are considered to be, you know, the source of eternal youth. It is also a myth that nowadays you can purchase a house for 100,000 euros in Cyprus. Cyprus economy is based on hospitality and real estate. We don't have any heavy industry. So this myth that the properties here are very, very cheap is not real. With 100,000, you would not even be able to buy a one-bedroom apartment nowadays. And it's also a myth that, well, the men look like Jason Momoa in Game of Thrones and they ride horses. Well, they ride their motorcycles, I would say. Just a little joke. So examples of the industries which they have been using Cyprus as a headquartering base, starting from the business. I wanted to start the other way around to show you who is actually here in Cyprus now, not just for personal reasons, but starting from the business aspect. As you can see, we have a lot of shipping companies that they came and they registered their offices here because also the flag of Cyprus in shipping is very, very good. We have a white flag and the taxes are very good. And I have to say proudly that the port in Limassol, one of our coastal cities, is one of the strongest ports around Europe. A lot of ICT companies are here, fintech, EMI and Forex companies. We have a few of the biggest gaming companies around the world that they have chosen Cyprus to be their headquarters. I have to just to give you an example, Wargaming, which is a huge gaming company, is based here. And if you all know, and I'm sure you do know, and you use Viber, have in mind that Viber was actually created and registered here in Cyprus, and they still have their offices here in Limassol. We have recently seen a lot of crypto and blockchain companies coming here. Of course, the private equity houses and investment funds, which are quite popular nowadays, and the family offices. that mostly they do wealth management. As a lot of wealthy people from every corner of the globe, they see the potential of having their main offices in Cyprus because it is a door for them to go towards Europe or towards the Middle East or Africa or Asia. We have 2 international airports, especially the Larnaca International Airport has about 12 million visitors every year. So that is why a lot of people, a lot of business people, they are choosing now to relocate to Cyprus because they know it's a safe place, it's safe for their business, for their operations, and they have immediate access to any corner of the world. I shall explain to you the 4 big cities and what is happening in each one of them, because these are the options that people have when they come here in Cyprus. Usually they will choose between Paphos, Nicosia, Limassol, or Larnaca, but each one has a different character. And so there is something for everyone that is looking for something different. I will start from Paphos, which was the first capital of Cyprus in ancient times. And it's also the city that I was born and raised. And I am proud to say that although Paphos as a coastal city is the #1 choice for visitors and tourists because of the beautiful beaches it has, the amazing luxurious hotels, we have seen the real estate sector booming in recent years, along with the education booming at the same time, because we have the creation of a lot of universities. And just to let you know, this coming September, we have the American University of Beirut opening its doors, and another university, the Technological University of Cyprus, opening its doors, and they are both located in Paphos. So what does this mean? It means that we are waiting and expecting about 2,000 students to come and live permanently in Paphos, well, at least for the next 4 or 5 years of their studies, which means that the population of Paphos, the average age is getting a lot younger. And this is something very, very good. At the same time, this is good for the real estate sector because the students need accommodation. So this creates a demand, it creates extra jobs. And of course, all these students, they will need part-time jobs. And of course, you have the hospitality industry that always needs new faces and new staff. I will move on then to the city, which is 40 minutes from Paphos. I have to say that in Paphos, we have a small international airport as well, which has a lot of flights going all around the world. And then going and moving further to the coast, we go to Limassol. Limassol right now is the business center of Cyprus. That is why there you will find the sky high-rise buildings. You will find the largest casino in the European Union right now, with a resort. It's brand new. It opened a couple of weeks ago. So all the Forex companies, all the business big people, the shipping companies, everything, you name it, especially foreign companies, they choose Limassol to relocate and to live. Right now, it has an amazing range of options of high-profile people, of luxury living, and a lot of people say that is like small Monaco. Of course, we cannot reach the level of Monaco, but people like to dream and be proud of what Limassol has become. But the other thing is that Limassol has a lot of traffic nowadays. So, and we're all, the locals here, we're all discussing of how it cannot take any more population. And now we've seen that Paphos and Larnaca at the 2 ends of Cyprus are becoming now the new options and choices of professional people to move there, or for families to move as well. And I will explain why. Then we have Nicosia, is the capital city of Cyprus, is where the president lives, is where the presidential palace is. And Nicosia, I mean, from always has been the center of everything, because over there you have the government, you have the ministers, you have the parliament, you have all the authorities, the governmental offices, all the services, the big law firms, the headquarters of big companies. So it is a business hub, of course. And for someone to invest or live in Nicosia, all the universities, of course, are there, it's a plus. It's busy and it has traffic as every capital city of every country, but it's still beautiful. It's not close to the beach though. Paphos, Limassol, and Larnaca are the coastal cities. Nicosia is in the heart of the island. Now I want to pay extra attention to Larnaca. Larnaca is the last city that anybody paid attention over the past 10 years. And now Larnaca is having a momentum. Why? Because of this amazing photo that you see. This is the new marina of Larnaca. And this is a project that will evolve in a time span of 10 to 12 years. The works have already started. There is a small marina now, and next to the marina, there is the Larnaca port, but it's a 1.2 billion investment that is happening in Cyprus. It's one of the largest investments ever happening in our island, and we're very proud about it because it's a project that when it's finished, it's calculated that it will require 4,000 people to work, to the luxury hotels that they're building, to the residences, villas on the water, malls and restaurants, gazebos, souvenir shops, sports centers, you name it. And at the same time, there is a renovation happening next to the marina, which is the Larnaca port, and the port will be accepting about 3-4 cruise ships per week, so the tourists can, get off the ship, of the cruise ship, land on the dock, and enjoy the marina, enjoy the city of Larnaca. So this is giving a new breath to the whole city, and it's something that we, the locals, we are very, very proud of. So a lot of people now are looking for a space in Larnaca, either to move their offices, because from any place you are in Larnaca, the airport is only 10 minutes away from you, and there is no traffic, and you literally live on the water. So this is also a good option for relocation, and we've seen how companies now are moving their staff to Larnaca because of the flights as well. When you have the airport next to you, you can easily fly and go anywhere you want. So there is a city for every need, and there is a city for the style and the character of people, and depending on what they're looking for families, for children, for professionals. Cyprus is a place that embraces, as I said, all cultures, all religions. There's no racism. People are quite happy, and hospitality is our middle name. Now, somebody might say, why Cyprus? There are so many islands. Greece has islands, etc. But why? Okay, let's go to the very important things. First of all, it's location. As I said, we have a strategic location. So from wherever in the world you are, you can easily fly back and from Cyprus. So you can be either to your office or close to your family. So it is a European Union member, which this has a lot of benefits, especially for third country nationals, especially for people who come from countries which are not in the European Union. So immediately 27 new doors open for these people to work or study. We have an amazing, strong healthcare system that truly takes care of its people, with a lot of doctors coming from the United States or from Israel. A lot of centers have been created, like the German Oncology Center, the American Heart and Medical Center. We are soon having the Hadassah Hospital opening also in Cyprus. So we are becoming a center of attention, allow me to say, and I'm so happy that it has to do with health as well. In education, we are also very strong because we have the private sector and the public sector. So we have a very good educational system, which I will analyze at a later slide. And we can see that opening and registering a company here in Cyprus is a very fast forward and easy procedure. If you decide to relocate your company or register a company here in Cyprus with the help of a lawyer, a local lawyer over here, it's something that will take about 4 weeks, and then you're ready. You can start working over here. The ecosystem now in regards to innovation, it's very open to accept talented people, because we lack talented people in high tech. And the Minister of Innovation is pushing and pushing for Cyprus to give incentives to our young people to come to create these innovation hubs over here. As for the infrastructure, we have people that are educated, that they speak a lot of languages, that they're eager to work, and they're eager to make a career. We have a lot of investment opportunities if this is in real estate, especially because we don't have any heavy industry. We don't make cars or sell guns or like other countries. So hospitality and real estate are our very strong sectors. So we see now that a lot of serious investors are coming and putting their money with local businessmen here, which makes procedures a lot easier. They make SPVs and they create something. They invest in hospitals, in hotels, in commercial buildings. And so this helps to create a win-win situation. We see also that the lifestyle is very, very important. I mean, come on, who doesn't want to live by the beach? Who doesn't want to drive his kids to the school in 7 minutes with no traffic, with safety, without worrying that somebody is going to break in your house or somebody will kidnap your child or they will steal your bag as you're walking in the streets? It's a very peaceful and nice place. Sometimes they tell us we're very quiet during winter, but because we're so lively in the summer and we're always outdoors, I think during winter time, everyone enjoys a time at home and with families. We're very family orientated as a place. Now, something very important for business people around the world, Cyprus is a tax haven, and as you can see, is number 6 on the list. And why? I will explain on my next slide for you to understand why coming and investing here, or why relocating your business or your home here, it's going to help your taxes a lot and you're going to save money. So if you come in Cyprus and you create a company, the corporate tax that you will be paying is going to be 12.5%. Personally, I have a company, I have a marketing and public relations company, and I pay 19% VAT as I am local. So this was done to give incentives to people from abroad to come and register their companies here and do business here. And I have to say that is working quite well. Well, the biggest benefit is for those that they're called digital nomads. Anyone who is in high tech, anyone who is working abroad, and he's getting his salary from big companies like, I don't know, maybe they're working for Microsoft or something, and they decide to relocate with their laptop and work remotely here in Cyprus, their annual income will only be taxed 2.5%. And of course, the family can join them, the children, the wife, they can be here, they can work. And as for dividends, we all know that it's tax-free. If somebody buys property and then they want to give it as a present to their children, it's tax-free. There is no inheritance tax. Cyprus is also a perfect destination for pensioners, as the foreign pensions over here, they are taxed at a flat rate of 5%. There's very special circumstances, very special incentives for retired people over here. And if you're buying your first home here in Cyprus to live in that house, then the VAT for the purchase of that house is going to be only 5%. Now, if you have other properties that you are renting them out and these rentals are coming to Cyprus, then you have a tax-free rental income. At the same time, we see that we have no tax on investments that are happening on funds. For example, if we have an alternative investment fund and you want to invest in that, there is no VAT, there is no tax on the amount that you will invest. And the non-domiciled citizens, they are exempt from the special defense contribution tax. Since Cyprus is still a divided country, we still maintain an army, but of course we are in a very peaceful situation over here. There is no war or anything. But we have an army to maintain, and that is why us, the locals, we pay every month a small amount for it's called the defense tax. But the non-dom residents, they don't have to pay that; they are exempt. This photo now, it's obviously showing to us the children, the education system. It's actually a photo from my son's school, education. And why do I mention education? Because usually we tend to speak with people, and especially the men in our meetings, when they want to relocate and bring the business here, and they want to buy this property, and they want to invest in this project. But nobody asks about the mothers, how they feel about relocating, for the children, what's happening with the kids, what the kids are going to be doing, what's happening with their future. That is why I felt the need to share with you the fact that the education system here in Cyprus is very, very good, and it has a very high standard. We have, as I said, American and British private schools. The fees are quite low compared to other countries. Imagine that the kindergarten prices start from about 2,500 euros per year, and the let's say most expensive will be the last year of high school, which will be approximately 8,500 euros per year. The children going to American private and British schools, they all gain their certificates, their graduation certificates, that they're certified by the Ministry of Education of Cyprus, which is very important, and they're all stamped and recognized and authorized. And the graduates usually of private schools, they tend to study either in the US or in the UK, the Netherlands, or in the American and British universities here in Cyprus, but anyway, anywhere in the world they wish to do so. We have the Greek public schools, of course, which are free of charge. But your child has to be fluent in Greek. So I would advise that if your child is about 5 or 6 starting school, it will be easier. But if you're relocating in Cyprus and your children are 10 or 12, I wouldn't recommend placing them in a Greek public school, because that is going to mix up a lot of their future and their education. Greek language is not easy to learn. There are a lot of afternoon activities that the children here are eager to do, and the cost for that is about 50 to 70 euro per month. Let's say if you have ballet classes, it will be 2 or 3 times a week. My son plays football or soccer, as they call it in the US, and we pay about 50 euro a month, and he goes training 4 times a week, and we have the games on the weekends. From these afternoon activities, which can vary from art lessons to gymnastics, to piano lessons, to martial arts, the children get recognized diplomas, which are very, very important for their portfolio later when they will go to study abroad. And going to higher education, as I mentioned, we have American, British, and Greek universities that the students can attend, either private or the Greek universities usually are free of charge. But again, Greek language is requested, but still the fees are affordable, the housing is affordable, and the schedule of students it's programmed in such a way that it gives them the opportunity to all have part-time jobs and financially, help their parents if it's needed. Of course, have in mind that the government assists as well families that they pay tuition to universities, and at the same time, the universities themselves, under special circumstances, they give a lot of scholarships to students that are worth it. And the result would be for students to get recognized degrees, masters or PhDs. All levels exist here in Cyprus, and everything is well recognized. So a few photos of my beautiful country. As you can see, it's a place where it combines business and pleasure, a lot of outdoor living. We love it. We have the sun, the good weather, very, very beautiful climate over here. You can do literally anything you want, from shopping malls to nice restaurants to outdoor theaters. to hiking, swimming, business conferences. You can create a very good quality of life over here. That is for sure. And speaking about quality of life, let's talk about the lifestyle. Like, what can you do? As I mentioned, looking at the previous slide, the weather here in Cyprus allows people to be outdoors. And because of the society being so open, I have a child. It's very easy to organize play dates and to go from one place to the other. And I'll give you an example. You know how many times I went to pick up my son from school, and on the way out, he was like, "Mom, this afternoon, I'm invited to XYZ's house. And, you know, in the weekend, XYZ is coming to have a sleepover at our place." We know each other, people trust each other, and it's not difficult. And things happen like within a few hours. We are not the kind of society that we are going to schedule a play date 2 weeks beforehand because of distance or because of traffic. The lifestyle here is so much more relaxed, and children do enjoy growing up here. Parents enjoy good quality time with their families. Business people can develop and can evolve. We have the international airports where you can fly at any destination at any time. There is easy access from city to city. So from Paphos to go to Limassol is about 40 minutes. From Paphos to go to Larnaca is 1 hour and 10 minutes. From Paphos to Nicosia is about 1 hour and 20 minutes. So it's an easy drive. There are beautiful highways, beautiful roads over the coast with beautiful views. So there is something for everyone to do, and English is widely spoken here in the island. More languages now are coming up. You can hear Russian, you can hear Hebrew, you can hear French, Italian. So communication is quite very easy over here. A lot of people ask me, and that is why I added this slide as well. Okay, we're coming to Cyprus, we're relocating the business to Cyprus, but how about becoming residents, permanent residents, and especially people that they come from, they are considered to be third country nationals, meaning that their country is not part of the EU. Well, there is the solution of the permanent residency, which immediately opens the door for you in 27 other European countries. Which is the procedure is called the category 6.2 via investment. Usually people, when they decide to come here and live in Cyprus, the first thing they're looking for is to buy a house, of course. So if you invest in a house, in a property of 300,000 euros, which has to be new, in 2 months' time, you will be eligible to get your permanent residency. Or if you already have a house, but you want to invest in a fund, then it's 300,000 euros. Or you can invest your money in an established company already in Cyprus. And this is very important because it will benefit the children. I go back to the children again, because if you move here, if you live here, definitely the children will go to school here. Definitely the children will learn Greek as a second language. And after 5 years, you're eligible to gain the Cypriot passport, to gain Cypriot citizenship. So you have a European passport, you become a European citizen. But the luckiest ones are the kids, because with the new scheme that the government announced, they say that people, and I focus on the children because they're the ones that they learn the easiest, people that they learn Greek in this process, in this time frame of 4 years, and they can go to the interview and speak a conversational Greek, they could be getting their residency in 4 years' time. So since the children, either in private schools or in public schools, they will be taught Greek, in 4 years' time, they will be the first ones to get Cyprus citizenship. And this opens the horizons for them to be able to study anywhere in the world they want and to work anywhere in the world they want, and especially in the 27 member states of the European Union. And if I would conclude why Cyprus is the perfect relocation destination, I would say in 2 sentences: low cost of life, but high quality of living. So this is why, for me personally, I think Cyprus is indeed a place that will be in the center over the next decade for many, many reasons, either business, medical, education, cultural, you name it. It's going to be the next best thing and the place to be. And indeed is one of the most perfect relocation destinations around the world. So if you're interested, do not hesitate to contact me to learn more, because I try to give a very simple overview in a nutshell of the 30 minutes of the presentation. So if you wish to contact me, my email is there, my number is there, my telephone number is there, and I'm here to answer all of your questions. Once again, thank you very much for inviting me to attend this summit. And since you're launching your ideas, Cyprus is a perfect place to launch them and to make your dreams.
Escape from behind the Iron Curtain to making her dreams come true, it's honor and pleasure for me to welcome Antonina Duridanova. Welcome, Antonina.
Hello, I'm glad to be here. I had some technical difficulties.
It's okay. We had as well some difficulties during the day.
Okay. So I'm on my iPhone. I couldn't get on my to be on my computer, so I'm sure it will work out.
Of course, the important is that we can see each other and hear each other, and the people will be able to learn more about your experience and your journey to the dreams.
Well, I'm ready to start.
Great. How difficult is to follow your dreams? How difficult was for you to follow your dream?
To follow a dream for me and for anybody, it's important that the person has this burning desire to achieve what he or she wants to achieve and he or she wants to get to. For me, I described in New Beginnings from Behind the Iron Curtain to America what exactly happened that made me pursue my dreams. And my dream was to live in a free country, to be able to choose what I do, and what I study, where I live. At the time, I was only 19, and I lived in communist Bulgaria, where the situation was very tense. That was in 1969, after the Czech events in 1968. So I'm not going to talk about them, but people can really look them up and really decide and determine what the situation was in those days. What did it mean to live in Bulgaria at that time? People did not have dreams. If they had dreams, they just remained dreams. They were not allowed to really progress or to choose what they wanted to study, where they wanted to go. And businesses were taken away from people. Everything was nationalized. People were afraid to talk. If you wanted to buy a car, you wait 10 years in line to buy it. There was a waiting list. You on the TV. I'm just mentioning little things because even the little things made sense in those days as to what kind of life people had, how they were really prevented from having the things that they wanted to have in life. So TV, well, you had to have a relative or somebody to really provide you with one. So in an atmosphere where it was impossible to speak, to really create, everything was censored, and propaganda was really high. The borders were closed. You couldn't even dream of getting close to the border, let alone escape. So in those days, in those difficult days, being 19, I decided that I needed to leave this place. It was this burning desire in me to be free. So I did manage. I risked my life. If I was caught at the border, there would have been a trial, and I would have been probably shot because the sentence in those days for such a thing was death. It was treason to really escape from a communist country. So I had a choice to risk my life, to leave, and to actually lose my family and the place where I lived, because there was no going back. Once you left, you couldn't return. And my choice was to pursue freedom, and I was successful. I did arrive in America, and I have to say that in those days, my burning desire was really to accomplish something that I knew I couldn't in Bulgaria, and that was to have a career in international business. So the following years, I probably am going into your next question, but the years that I spent in America were filled with studying and work and studying. And I'll share just a couple of things that I did. At the beginning, I was a waitress because I didn't have, I was only 19. I didn't have any specialty or anything to really offer to get a better position. So I worked in a restaurant. I lived with the family. And my working days were from morning till late at night. I really didn't have any life but work in this restaurant. But what I did was I studied in the evening, and I did get a certificate for finishing a bookkeeping class and a typing class. And from there, I managed to get a bookkeeping job. Bookkeeping is different from accounting, everybody knows. So I knew that I had to work harder to really get where I wanted to. So later on, I did get a degree in languages, Russian and French, foreign languages and literature. I taught as a high school teacher, French, and my days were extremely long. I would start like 6 in the morning and teach till 3 in the afternoon, get home. And that time I had 3 children. So I would prepare dinner for the children and look into their homework assignments and pack them all and go to night classes where I pursued degrees in business administration with major in accounting and also international trade and Spanish. I did get both degrees. My degree in international trade and Spanish was a master's degree, and all of my education and hard work did pay off. After years, I did get the career that I really wanted to get. I did get a career with the Department of Treasury, U.S. Department of Treasury, and I started to work for the Internal Revenue Service. So the following years, of course, were filled also with a lot of hard work. I did prove myself to be very capable, and I did get from a position of revenue agent to a position of international expert in taxation, which secured me a job or a position, I would say, as a tax advisor. Tax advisor, meaning that I was also qualified to teach overseas. And I didn't working in Bulgaria. Actually, this was the most incredible part in my life, is that I made a whole turn of escaping from Bulgaria and returning back as a U.S. tax advisor, where I spent 3 years extending my knowledge and my expertise to the Bulgarian government in order to be able to proceed and to function in an open market economy. Of course, that happened after the fall of communism. I'm going to stop here. I'm sure I went into your next questions.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you for sharing with us your extensive experience. And my next question is, what people should be careful about if they want to start a business, and what requirements they should be aware of if they want to start a business in USA?
One thing I need to start by is to say that the U.S. market is extremely large. It's also very diversified. The cultural background in these countries is based on a lot of cultures and a lot of people coming from different places. So a complete research and study of the market is necessary. It's pertinent for the product or for the business or service that somebody is intending to get into. They need to know if that product is already in the market, and if it is, who are the competitors, what is the market, what are the conditions, a complete study. So I'll give you, for example, Starbucks as a coffee company. If somebody wants to start a coffee company business, they need to really research and see what exactly Starbucks did to succeed, and study the history. So, knowing the history of a business that they want to really penetrate is very, very important. And of course, they have to have the background and the knowledge. How do people get knowledge? Well, they need to educate themselves. They need to study, and that's the basics probably that I need to stress. As you see from my experience, I did study and I worked a lot to get to the place I wanted to get. I have to add that I did add other activities to my business. I wasn't just a career employee of the U.S. Treasury. I also got into the real estate market. And I have to say that what helped me be successful in it is my business background, what I studied in the universities, and also what I learned by working in the Internal Revenue Service, where I did have contact with a lot of businesses, and I learned about the history of a lot of businesses, how they were created. So it's very important to know the creation of a business from the startup, and from there on, what you need to do to really get it to succeed. This is a very simplified, I would say, answer, but I'm sure that if people would like more details, they can always we can always have this conversation on a one-to-one basis.
Of course, that's why it's a place here to mention that you are a part of our workshop business coaching program as a finance consultant and tax consultant for people that want to start business in USA. Of course, you have also a business background, you mentioned as well. Can you share more of this experience with us? And also, for example, people with new idea that want to launch a business, what they should be careful about, what are the risks, how they can avoid them.
So in my book, again, New Beginnings, From Behind the Iron Curtain to America, I do describe my my involvement in business because I, as a lot of other people, wanted to see or wanted to test the business market. It is one thing to be working for an employer, whether it's government or company, or to be a person who is in charge of your own business. And I did buy a gas station at one point after being, well, I didn't really stop being into the real estate market. But while I was in the real estate market, I bought a gas station. And what happened was the hours that I had to dedicate working during the day were very long, and I had to really schedule and plan my activities very carefully. For example, I would get up 5 in the morning. I would run to the gas station and check the activities there, the prices, how they had to be changed, and if needed to change them, what were the suppliers, what needed to be done for the day. From there, I went to my IRS office, and from the office I would return to the gas station and continue with activities there, banking or clients or whatever, troubleshooting, and then I had also my real estate activities. So my day would end probably at midnight every day. So my working hours were from 5 in the morning till midnight on that same day. And what did I really achieve with getting into that business? Because I did realize that this was not for me. So you're talking about, when people get into something, are they really aware of what they're getting into, whether it's a new idea or whether it's something that was already established on the business? And at that point, I realized that this was not for me. So I had to really get out of this business. And when people read the book, they'll find out that it wasn't that easy to get out of that business. So there were a lot of hurdles and difficulties with that. But what is the end result of it? I did have a financial, I would say I was financially awarded because I could buy or purchase things that I couldn't before. Just working for the government was not enough to really provide me with the benefits that I needed. What you're seeing on the screen is actually tax advisor to the International Monetary Fund in Russia. So while I was in Bulgaria, working on the Bulgarian tax administration, creating new laws and making sure they're administered properly. My activities were so successful that I was asked to also visit Russia. And upon the request of the International Monetary Fund, I did spend time in Russia analyzing their activities and their businesses, how they function. And they weren't that much different from Bulgaria at the time, because you realize that whole sector of Europe came out from communism, and they had the same issues. So I'm describing here the emotions that I went through when I left Sofia. I was in Sofia at the time, how my secretary helped me organize myself and leave on that journey, and how I was met at the airport in Moscow by a translator, and how he explained to me what the activities were for the day. So here I have to stress also that at the time that I arrived maybe at noon at the hotel, and I was provided just an hour for lunch, and then I was already heading for a meeting with the minister of the Russian tax administration, which you understand is very involved. So I needed to be prepared. So I had like half an hour to prepare for that. And of course, my work there was also very, I would say, satisfactory to me. I just enjoyed very much providing my expertise and everything I knew to all countries in that part of Europe. And in Russia, it was very exciting working not only at the higher levels with the minister, but also at the lower levels. I enjoyed working with people in the field and analyzing their work and what was going on in the field, because this is what really created the problems and affected the budget of the country. So it was very interesting. I'm describing in this chapter a meeting with a tax manager in Moscow, and how he collected revenues, because obviously the laws in Russia did not exist just like in Bulgaria, but Bulgaria was already on its way. I already had a lot of work done in Bulgaria, so Russia was just starting this process. So this person, what he did was every month he analyzed, he looked at the businesses and determined who bought what, and based on the assets that he saw that these people had, or how they were dressed, or where they were going, he established their tax obligations. So at the end of every month, everybody came and paid their taxes according to what the tax manager requested. So you see how crude was in those days. The collection, the revenues of these countries were really not. They were not in a good situation, because there were no taxes. So what I did for Russia was in a very combined form. I would say concise form, rather than combined, of what I provided in Bulgaria, of how to really install their first tax laws, and how to really administer them to be able to collect some revenues and function in this new world. Thank you for sharing this screen. Yeah, I did spend some time.
I'm sorry that I somehow stopped your answer on the previous question. Just want to prepare the next slide.
Okay.
For the conversation. Do you want me to share some more of your book pages I have here? Just a moment.
Okay,
so
thank you.
You will be able to tell us more about these chapters.
Realization of my career dream. All right, this chapter talks about the realization of my career dream, which is connected with being employed by the U.S. Treasury and Internal Revenue Service. When I received a message that, or I would say a letter at the time, that I was selected to after I had an interview, I was selected as a revenue agent, and I was selected to participate first in their training program, and from there on continue with my career with Department of Treasury. So you can imagine that this was probably the happiest day of my life when I did receive this letter and this information. And let's see if that can be read. All right. So I'm saying here that the day finally came, and it was September 27, 87, when my work started at the Internal Revenue Service, and I'm describing my morning, how I was anxious, but at the same time a little bit nervous and a little bit apprehensive. I have to say that this is normal, actually, when you're starting something new in your life, to be a little bit apprehensive and to be a little bit nervous, but that should not really deter you from starting your day and just following through with what you plan to do. So I'm saying here that I could feel my heart beating as I showed up at the security gate with my appointment letter, and then I'm describing how everybody was so nice and so pleasant. It made me feel comfortable. People were smiling, and I was directed as to where I was supposed to be sworn in as a federal employee, and then directed to a place where a meeting place, and from there on to the classroom where we were supposed to spend 3 months in training. So the Internal Revenue Service does have an extensive training program, if anybody would like to consider that career. And what they do was also not have, it's not just the training program in the classroom, but they also have training in the field. In other words, you're not left alone and just thrown out to work on your own. So that extensive training program, which I took very seriously, did give me the opportunity to rise all the way to international training. So in the process of this work that I had with the Internal Revenue Service, I did meet a lot of millionaires and I would say very successful people. And I was curious about the history of their businesses. That was a part of the interview questions that we had with them. So I
please continue. Yes, and this is just for the next chapter.
Destiny or hard work.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
So this hard work that I really was committed to, because I worked from morning until evening, and again I did have the children to take care of, and everything was kind of balanced in some kind of a crazy schedule, but I succeeded. So Destiny or Hard Work is the chapter where I was selected to work to provide tax advisory assistance to Bulgaria after the fall of communism. And in this chapter, I'm describing the process of how I had to prepare. In those days, there was no internet. So I had 40 boxes full of books which were related to tax law and classroom materials and regulations and the tax code and the manuals and all kind of audit materials that I collected during the years. Some of them were specialized because I knew that in Bulgaria they needed assistance also with the casinos, the operation of casinos. So I did get that. And of course, from the Criminal Investigation Division, I did receive quite a bit of documents and information, which I had to apply in Bulgaria. At the time, the computers that we had, they were called Zenit, and I'm describing them here. They were just like glorious typewriters. You had Word and you had Excel in them, and yes, you could put formulas or whatever else and type, but and create files, but that was it. So the computers did not really do the work that is being done now. If I were to go and provide the same assistance to Bulgaria today, I'll probably travel with a small laptop, and that would be it. So, there had to be quite a bit of extensive preparation. So what I describe here also is my meeting or briefing, I would say, in Washington, D.C. Before my travel. Then I was told that when I arrive in Bulgaria, of course, I will have extensive meetings with people at different levels of the tax system in the ministry and also regional offices and so forth. The bigger cities, of course, were the ones that we had to look at. This chapter will really be interesting for people to read, to realize the intensive work that had to be done at the beginning of the last century in this sector of Bulgaria, and also not just of Bulgaria, but all countries there, and also to learn about the businesses, the startup businesses in Bulgaria at the time, because all of the businesses were at a point in Bulgaria where they were just starting, and I am describing contacts with business people at the time and their challenges and what they had to really what they were facing at the time. So it was a very, I would say, rewarding kind of position, because it did get me a chance to be in the front line of establishing, I would say, democracy in terms of countries being able to function in a new atmosphere of open market economy. So my involvement in Bulgaria and Eastern Europe at the time was strictly technical, as I am describing here, and the resources that I had were resources that I relied on having from U.S. Treasury and all of the different sectors of U.S. Treasury at the time. So it was an extremely rewarding position, I would say, and to be a part of history. That's how I see myself. I was a part of history at the time.
Yes, definitely. And you were able to apply your knowledge and your experience with USA companies, for example, as you say, a lot of big companies and small companies, to know what their challenges are, and also to prepare our system for the start of the business world in Bulgaria at that time.
Exactly. That was very, very exciting, because my knowledge of businesses, the way businesses in America started, I did share with businesses in Bulgaria, and they were so thrilled to hear, that their approaches were not that different. For example, I remember a company in Bulgaria that started a ketchup business, which became very successful, and that ketchup business started from somebody's kitchen, and that I reminded them, or I told them, shared with them, that that reminds me of a business in America, a person who started his business in his kitchen, and I'll tell you what he was doing. He was squeezing oranges, making fresh juice all night long, and in the morning he was distributing this orange juice to all of the restaurants in the area. So from there he grew up his own business. So all businesses, I would say successful ones, they start with an imagination. A person has an imagination which becomes an idea, and that idea becomes a goal. And how you develop that goal, it doesn't have to be as requiring a lot of financial, I would say, support. It's just an idea which can start from little resources and develop into something big.
Wonderful. And what would you advise the people that are watching us today, whether to start their idea, start a business from their idea, and what steps they need to take and what they should be careful about?
Well, like I mentioned, I believe I mentioned that they have to do an extensive research of the
Yes.
business. They have to be careful about getting into something that they do not have extensive knowledge. They need to have an extensive knowledge. It doesn't matter, you know, what line of business they're doing or what's their idea, and this knowledge this primary knowledge is where they will start. And once that is determined, then of course the next steps are registering the business, you know, in the States, and finding out what are the tax obligations and what kind of company in the States. Foreign persons, I would say, or companies usually start their business as corporations, filing a form which is called 1120F. F is for foreign persons. So, and this is what I used to be involved in, because while I worked for the Internal Revenue Service in the international sector, we had contacts with companies which were foreign controlled companies. They were called FCC. So, and these companies had the you know, corresponding requirements. So, you know, there are things that they will be learning alongside the way. Of course, they are specialists that will help them for each of those steps. So on a one-to-one basis, I could be helping people to accomplish
Yes.
their goal. You know, even with the research, I could direct them how to do their research. As far as regulatory requirements, I could direct them there too, or help them in registering, or after that, of course, the filing requirements. It is not that expensive to start a business in the States. The registering is it's somewhere $500-$600. Don't get me, you know, I'm not sure if that's the exact amount, but it's somewhere there. And they don't have to really spend any money more, except for, of course, to compensate professionals who help them set up the business, register it, and so forth. But otherwise, as far as taxes, we talked about some of the fees that you pay in Bulgaria. We don't have those fees in America, so that could be attractive for people from overseas to really start a business as foreign nationals here in America.
Yes, wonderful. All these are requirements, yes, they need to take into account before start business, and on the planning stage, with which we can help them. And why not having many offices, one in EU, one in United States in the future, and in Bulgaria, in Cyprus, a lot of wonderful destinations we have, and we can offer them support as well.
Of course.
My next question is, starting a business, it can be very stressful. How people can cooperate with all those stress they experience?
Okay, I would say that falls back again on studying the business and knowing exactly what you're getting into. You know, you need to know your schedule. For example, when I decided to get into the gas station business, I knew how intense my schedule would be. But nonetheless, I did get into that business and I pursued it. And I pursued it to a point where I knew at what point I needed to really stop being involved in it. So these are decisions that people have to make. Maybe they get into a business and they decide, well, this is all fine, but it is not working for me. This is not something that I really desire to be in. So I will have to redirect my resources, my energy into something else. So people should never really stop exploring and being open to new ideas and to new areas to get into. I'll share an example of somebody who studied, I met on a plane during one of my travels, and the person who was sitting next to me, he had a PhD in history, and I thought that he was a professor, but he wasn't. He said, "No, I'm not a professor at university. I'm self-employed. I reclassified to work in IT." So he was working with computers, and he said he was extremely happy doing what he was doing. And the career that he had was associated with a small business. He was working for a small business that was giving him all kinds of assignments. So I guess this is what I would say, that people should be ready, to know they should have knowledge of what they're getting into, and of course they need to be ready to be flexible. And flexible, one example about flexible is also during COVID. As you know, during COVID, I personally know businesses that started like a few months before COVID. People had no idea. And these were like restaurant businesses. So you can imagine the restaurants were the first to close. So a lot of restaurants went bankrupt, not just new ones, but the old ones, because they weren't flexible enough to reconstruct their operations. The ones who were flexible and were very inventive, you have to really have this spirit of invention. They went into delivering food, into offering takeouts and all of that. So those companies, those restaurants survived. And there were other businesses that were created during COVID. For example, the sterilization, the disinfecting, and all of these. There were a lot of startup businesses at that time that really progressed and really did well. So the risks are always based on knowledge of what you are getting into, how much you need to really devote of yourself, your energy to it. And if you're not prepared, and if you don't have it inside your heart, like I did, to study international business, to escape from Bulgaria, to study international business for years, to do a lot of other work to get there, then, if people are very much determined, they will be able to overcome all kinds of difficulties.
Yes, it's true. And also having this mindset to convert challenges into opportunities is also important. And along with the passion and this determination to accomplish your idea, your dream, your goal, it's very important and helpful to reach that place you want to be.
Exactly. It's just being flexible and being able to adapt and to readjust whatever your thinking is. You have to be very flexible and to be very inventive. You have to really have this mind. That's why I'm saying that people have to be open-minded, and they have to be ready to invest their energy in areas that they know that are going to be productive for them. And I will expand on that. For example, if you have say a successful business, and at one point you need to know what to do with all of the the monies that you're getting from this business. So at that point you need to know how to invest, where to invest, and how to grow your business. So there are a lot of things that people have to consider alongside the way of being businessmen.
Yes, It's true. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My final question to you is, what is the formula and the magic for longevity? Because you are really looking great for this, for your age and for the extensive experience you had.
The book Magic for Longevity, I created again to be helpful to people. The first book was a guide how to be successful, so that people can really overcome all of their difficulties and get to a goal that they want to get to, and follow their dreams. So the second one I created with the same goal, and those two books kind of complement each other, because what I'm talking here in this book is I'm writing about the right way which a person needs to live in order to get to longevity. And what I need to stress here, that every financially advanced and successful individual that I know is leading a very I would say organized and healthy lifestyle, which I'm describing in this book. And in this book, what I'm describing is the habits which are very important regarding our nourishment, regarding our physical exercises, regarding our mind exercises, because it is very important to train our brain as well as our body. We go to the gym to be beautiful, to look nice, but at the same time, we need to exercise our brains, because that helps us develop our imagination, and with that imagination, there are ideas that are created and so forth. So I would say that all successful people, they recognize the balance that they need to have between physical and mental exercises, so that the mental exercises help them achieve their goals, and they know that if you are very I would say determined, and you have the resilience, you will be able to reach your goals. So that's why I'm saying that the two books are kind of interrelated, because if you don't have all of the, I would say, habits and abilities to lead a healthy life, then you are not going to really accomplish in your business aspirations as well. And for example, if you take an Olympic champion, you need to know that that person has to really work very hard to get there. It's like nothing in life that people get as far as their goals are is easy. They really have to work towards achieving what's in front of them. That book, I also have. I also talk about travel, because in my opinion, travel is the cure of the soul. Because when you are at a certain place, then you become energized, and when you're energized, this additional energy will give you the ability and the opportunity for you to be successful when you return home, and you pursue your goals in the work world, in the business world. So it is this book is about the correct way of life, which will give you the energy, and energy is something that we need for absolutely everything in life. So it is the basis of what we how we achieve things, and how we are able to be successful. And the last comment that I would like to make is that it doesn't, regardless of your goal and regardless of how old people are or what they plan to accomplish, they should never stop reading and educating themselves, because life, for one thing, is very dynamic. There have been a lot of, I would say, changes in our lifestyles and what we observe, especially in technology. So reading and studying is something that people should never leave behind, because this is what will help them succeed.
Yes, and also keep them up to date with the new technologies and the new way of doing, and with the innovations on the market that they can use, yes, and optimize their activity.
Definitely. For example, in my book, I have QR codes. That's something new. Even my publisher was surprised when I offered them, because you know how people like to have photos and pictures of what they're describing and what they're writing about. But I wanted to show more than a few pictures. So what I had was I had created QR codes, and under each QR code, there are a lot of photos regarding a trip somewhere or regarding an activity that I'm doing. So people, for example, can view 10 or 15 photos of Africa before reading my description of my travels to Africa. And the descriptions of the trips are actually something that I'd like to share, because I want to inspire people to take these journeys in order to change their lives, to energize their lives. And they need to know that, when people get involved in business, especially, they forget that they need this extra energy in order to continue and to be really productive in what they're doing, because at one point they just will not have the energy to continue. So with these chapters of travel, I want to inspire people and to let them know that this is an important part of their growth, their emotional, there's I would say stability, and their physical strength, and their mind. All of these three aspects they need to look into, developing when or having when they travel.
Wonderful. And I want to add here, from my perspective, that traveling and visiting new places, new countries, is also enlarging your perspectives. You are able to see a different culture, a different sometimes way of doing a business, and it's really important. Also, if you want to have a partnership, for example, for this region, or you want to have clients there, it's really important also to understand the local culture, which will also expand your perspective and understanding for the people and the country.
This is excellent point, because businesses in different countries operate differently. In some countries, they're very, I would say, distant. People just have meetings in offices, and they probably just bow to each other, and they're very official. In other countries, they're very, I would say, they're in a completely different environment. They're more relaxed. People meet and have like business lunches and business dinners. So they do business in a more relaxed atmosphere. So knowing the way people operate in each country is very important if you plan to launch a business there. For America, I would say that it's kind of a mixture of both. You know, Americans, they do like doing businesses in the office, but once they know, you know, their counterparts, they relax and they can take the businesses outside of the office and have business lunches and so forth.
Great. A wonderful tip for the people that want to start business there. Thank you very much, Antonina, for sharing with us your extensive experience and for joining us to help the people start business from their idea.
Well, thank you for having me. I'd like to add that my first book, New Beginning Behind the Iron Curtain to America, is available on Amazon. And this, a lot of my readers have taken as a roadmap when they want to really overcome a difficult situation or how to deal with a difficult situation. They refer to this book, and the book has inspired a lot of people overcome difficulties and take their lives in a direction that really helped them and inspired them. The second book, Magic for Longevity, is published currently only in Bulgarian language. It will be available in English in a couple of months, and I'll let you know when.
Great. How the people can reach out to you and follow you?
Let's see. I would like to probably. Well, I'm on LinkedIn. If they'd like to reach me there under my name, Antonina Duridanova, my full name. I'm also on social media, and social media they can reach me on Messenger, of course, and send me a private message there. So those are the two places that I'd say, you know, and then when we get to talk, I could give them my personal phone number and we can talk on WhatsApp or Viber. So I'd like to be in touch with people that I know I can help. And a lot of my readers, most of my readers were consistently in touch with, and we meet a lot and we discuss a lot of areas of our lives. So at that point, I'm more, I would say, a consultant than everything else. I like helping people, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for your time, for sharing with us your experience and so useful information. Thank you, Antonina.
Thank you, Svetla. It's great to see you. And let's work forward to our next meetings. And I know that we're going to have a very good workshop together.
Wonderful. Yes. And for all our audience, if you have to remember one thing from the summit this year, please let it be this one, that there is a huge potential and power within you to make the world a better place with your idea. So contact us in order to help you to launch your idea into a business, to make a change for a better. And you already saw a great experience of people that already started a business from their idea and they're changing our world for better. And you saw already that we have a network and partners that are ready to support you all the way to make it real.
Oh, thank you. That sounds wonderful.
Thank you, Antonina.
Okay.
Thank you to all our special guests today, to Elisa Matus, to Evody, to 3B, to Ecological Tool, to everyone, to Sugar Shack. Thank you everyone for sharing your experience and being such an inspiration for everyone today. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you, Antonina.
Bye. Thank you so much. Thank you. You have a nice evening.
Thank you. You too.